у плеера с радиопотоком. Разобрался. Так, что у нас там по журналу-то? Так. То есть надо все-таки осмотреть дом мисс Велли. И заглянуть в Виктории. Так. Ну, погнали.
There she is again. The white lady from the shack. What? Oh, she's coming closer. Whoa, she's floating like a ghost. What if she is one? Keep calm, Darren. At least it would be better than one of those hellhounds. A friendly ghost is actually fine, particularly when it's so beautiful. Or so sad. Should I follow her? Into the realm of the dead, or what? Oh, whatever. I've still got a whole packet of Halo Paradox with me. If the whole thing gets a bit too crazy for me, I'll take one.
Не выбросить, а принять.
Where's she gone now? Strange, I hardly let her out of my sight. The gate is open for me? I hope the ghost is some kind of angel. This isn't the gate to hell. It's certainly decorative, if you like having boulders in the garden. The castle looks really threatening from here. An empty
В почтовом
letterbox.
ящике ничего нету. Тоже мы с ним что-то делали в какой-то из прошлых частей, четко помню.
Huh. The scaffolding is just asking to be climbed on. But unfortunately, I can't see any open windows. Anyway, it would be impossible to climb on it quietly without being noticed.
Так, ну я не думаю, чтобы нам были особо рады.
It's certainly decorative, if you like. You can hardly see any signs of a fire on the west wing.
Я думаю, через главный вход нам идти бесполезно, поэтому пойдемте в сад. Я думаю, у нас там прям с распростертыми объятиями ждут на главном входе. Угу.
It's certainly decorative. A bit small for having a barbecue. But there's the garden for that.
Привет, Вайтбер.
Why do I constantly have the feeling that a big monkey is sitting up there throwing barrels at me? The ladder is too short to reach the first floor. I should look for another way. It's certainly decorative. Here it goes down a few meters, and then the large surrounding garden begins. The fitting description would be wilderness. It's certainly decorative. It looks even older than the castle, if that's at all possible. There's even more garbage lying around here. There used to be fireworks in here, but it's still a few weeks to New Year's Eve.
Завтра у нас что? Завтра суббота? Нет, в субботу и воскресенье у нас будет Might and Magic. Если Калимендор будет в состоянии меня вести. И я не знаю, возможно, будет еще один все-таки стрим по Black Mirror, потому что мы с трудом в прошлый раз прошли 3 игры где-то.
Oh look, a wheelbarrow, used to transport drunken workers. It's an iron sealing truss.
Я думаю, если мы сегодня треть еще одну пройдем, то у нас как раз останется треть на следующий раз.
If I don't have a flashlight, I should at least take this with me. No crockery left in here. All gone in the fire, I guess. The kitchen looks like a real mess. Lewis must have started the blaze here. There's nothing left to eat here. The most I could hope for here is smoked meat. Hopefully, they're supporting the unsent.
Горшок тоже стырим.
An empty pot. I'm guessing the guys here have heated up their lunch in it. I have no idea what I could do with a pot at the moment. I think I'll leave it here.
Так, что у нас еще есть? Можем в подвал пойти.
Judging by the state of this door, it'll create a level of noise equivalent to a collapsing house when you open it. Shh, just don't step on a creaky floorboard. Damn, it'd be impossible to sneak past them unnoticed. I have to distract them somehow. To say it's dilapidated? Looks like Lewis hadn't taken his job seriously for quite some time. Not exactly what you'd expect from a castle garden. Pretty tall, this greenhouse. It's more like an orangery, where lemon trees are housed over the winter.
Так, чего еще
If
не
I remember
пойдете?
correctly, Victoria's in the castle, not in the greenhouse. If I remember correctly...
Так, давайте смотреть, что у нас есть. Видимо, нам нужно что-то сотворить, чтобы отвлечь. Маленький рулон
A
картона.
small cardboard tube. It was probably a roll of sticky tape or wire. A small cardboard tube.
Что, ничего ни с чем
It's not lit.
не совместишь?
I can't get the ammunition out with the scalpel, so something like a pair of pliers would be good.
Занятно.
I can use the pliers to get the slug out of the cartridge. That way I'll make the thing harmless and get a charge of gunpowder at the same time. I'll fill the cardboard tube with the gunpowder. Just a shame that it always trickles out of the ends. The wax is too hard to seal the roll with.
Так, сейчас мы размягчим тогда воск.
Click. Let there be light.
А теперь получится?
I can seal the cardboard roll with the wax, so the gunpowder doesn't trickle out. Now the gunpowder will stay inside. Just needs a fuse on, and then I've got myself a firework. I'll stick the cigarette in one end of the cardboard roll. If you light the cigarette, it'll burn down and make the gunpowder explode. So now I've built my own firework. If I remember...
Так, где тебя можно применить? Где тебя можно применить? Блин. Столько всякого ненужного.
Whatever's being mixed in here, it can't be cement. Otherwise there'd be a pile of sand nearby. I hope the construction guys know what they're doing.
О, что я могу сотворить?
The lamp is the perfect place to set off my firework. It's dry, and the construction guys are sure to notice a broken lamp. Okay, I've got about 2 minutes until this explodes.
Поднимется наверх.
So, it's time. After all, I want to be in the front row when the show begins.
Whoa! What was that?
Sounded like a gunshot.
Damn, why aren't they going out?
Might have been a firework. I saw one of them spotted kids messing around on the wall again recently.
Have you seen what they've done to our scaffolding?
No. I've been on the
Скафолдинг. Это
facade
не
since
ворота.
last week.
Это леса строительные.
They've covered it in paint. Go and have a look. It's like a hippie ladder.
Little sods. Why are they hanging around here not in school? What's that about?
Steve, I've got an idea.
What kind of idea, Greg?
Why don't we stick their fireworks up their spotty bums and fly up to the moon?
Yeah, why not?
Blast. I hope they don't actually catch up with those poor kids. Could turn ugly. I've got no time to waste. Damn.
What's all that noise? Greg, Steve, was that you? Hey, Greg, Steve, what the heck is going on here?
Как удачно.
She's disappearing into the hall. Now full speed to Victoria.
Да зачем тебе наверх-то вы на одном уровне?
Victoria? Please wake up, Victoria.
What? Who? Adrian? What are you doing here? I told you, I don't want to see you again.
I'm sorry, but I gotta talk to you. I can prove I'm innocent. You can see Angelina here on this photo, Victoria, killing Miss Valley. Here, look at it.
Angelina? But why? I don't understand.
Angelina also gave the order to set the castle on fire. And she killed Sally, Catherine, and Louis, all just because of Mordred's curse. She needed my blood, because only male Gordons are capable of activating Mordred's power. You knew about that, Victoria. Please don't tell me you didn't know.
But she was my little Angelina. How could she do something like that?
I was hoping you could tell me that. There's that order that followed me.
Miss Valley's order. A bunch of bunglers. They wanted to prevent something like what happened 12 years ago from happening again. But they've got no idea what they're fighting against. Most of them see it as an amusing diversion from their lives. Acting mysteriously and having secret meetings in silly frocks. Miss Valley was the only one who really knew what it was about. The original order has existed for hundreds of years. It keeps the secrets hidden. However, we supported Miss Valley financially. It was, after all, in our interest that you, Adrian, did not return to Black Mirror.
I see. I saw something strange there, and I don't know who else I could ask about it. This white lady, exactly the one in this painting, or very similar, I don't know. But either way, I saw her in the woods. She was running around like a ghost. But it wasn't a ghost, was it?
A white lady in the woods? Are you sure?
So it really was a ghost. Oh my God, I really am going crazy.
No. Calm down, Adrian. Everything's fine. Perhaps better than I dared to hope. Tell me more about the lady.
И он надеялся, она надеялась.
What did she look like? What did she have on?
I didn't see her all that well. She had long white hair, she had a long dress on with a belt and some kind of coat of arms on it.
The woman you saw is Maria Gordon, Mordred's wife. She can find no peace. Not for centuries. She wanders the woods of Black Mirror because she's searching for her child. Her child and Mordred's. I've seen her too.
You've seen her too? Then she really does exist.
We're in Black Mirror Castle, Adrian. Which reality are you talking about?
What happened to the child?
All right, what I'm about to tell you has never left these walls. And it would be good if it stayed that way. It's perhaps the oldest of our family stories, and also the most dreadful. You want to know what happened to the child? That's what Maria asks herself to this day. All we know is that Mordred took it away because he thought it wasn't his biological child. He thought Maria cheated on him with his brother, Marcus, and wanted to make her pay for that. What he did to the child remains a mystery until today. It was never seen again.
So Mordred's wife was unfaithful, and because of that he cursed everyone?
No, Maria wasn't unfaithful to Mordred. It was his hate that made him think something like that. Hate and jealousy towards his brother, even though the two of them fought many battles together, side by side. But that was before they came to Black Mirror. Something here changed Mordred, contaminated his heart. He mistrusted everyone. His soldiers, his wife, his brother, became more and more withdrawn, became arrogant. Finally, he looked at his own child and didn't recognize it. Thought he could see similarities with his brother in his face. He wanted to kill it, but no one knows if he did. One thing's for sure. He snatched it from Maria and took it into the catacombs under the castle. In her desperation, Maria called for Marcus, begged him for help. For Mordred, this was further evidence to support his suspicion. Marcus came, challenged Mordred to a duel, and killed him. But he didn't find the child, no matter how he searched. It was as though he'd disappeared.
What kind of curse is it?
Before Mordred died, he put a curse on Marcus's male descendants. They were to complete his work. One day a golden devoted to evil would be born, who would bring Mordred back to the realm of the living.
And Angelina wanted to have his power. But why, if only the male Gordons were cursed?
Because you're twins, the curse must have somehow got mixed up.
How's that?
I'm sorry. I can't tell you any more, Adrian. It is just an assumption.
What?
Adrian, we've no time to lose. You're the last Gordon of the Marcus lineage. The castle should belong to you. Give me some paper and a pen. There, in the drawer. I must confirm your true identity. Otherwise, no one will know that you're the lawful heir. I can feel my strength waning, Adrian. My life's coming to an end.
No, Victoria, please. I need you. I won't know what to do without you.
Without me, you might not have been in this position. We were very thorough when it came to you. He even had you a death certificate drawn up.
Let me guess. Dr. Herman did that.
We made a mistake. Forgive me, Adrian.
It's all right. You only wanted to protect me. But it might have been better if I'd known what it was about. Then I might not have walked into Angelina's trap. What can you tell me about the ritual chamber?
I've never been there myself. But apparently Mordred's power is strongest there. That place is not of this world. It's in the Shade World.
I think me and Angelina, we heard Mordred when we were there.
What exactly happened in the ritual chamber?
Well, I completed all of the tasks. Spilled my blood on the relief.
And did you speak the words?
I think so.
Oh God, Adrian, then the ritual's complete. You've laid open the way for Mordred.
What do you mean? Am I cursed now?
Worse, Adrian. Worse. Mordred's spirit is now in you. Adrian, in you. Oh my God, Adrian, what have you done?
Mordred is inside me? Oh, hell, that's exactly what I feared.
Всего я боялся, а не предвидел.
Let's stay calm and think. How do you feel? Is anything different?
Yes, there are these visions. They feel quite real. They're sick, violent, but maybe they aren't anymore. I wanted to go for Murray's throat earlier. That definitely wasn't a vision.
When did you see the White Lady last?
Just now, in front of the castle.
Then you haven't yet done evil. Your heart is still pure. You're strong, Adrian. You've managed to resist, and you must continue to do so. Resist Mordred for as long as you can. He will get stronger and stronger, and you will get weaker. He wants to control you. At some point, he will take control of you.
И что теперь
How
делать?
can I prevent Mordred from controlling me?
There are only two ways to banish him. Mordred's vessel must be destroyed. You know what I mean by
Духа,
that.
сосуд.
I guess you mean the Samuel variety? A little jump from the tower, directly onto a pointy iron fence. Sounds tempting.
It's certainly the easier option.
Really? What would the difficult one be then?
You have to go back to where everything began.
To the ritual chamber? But it's buried.
Where everything began.
But do you mean where Mordred uttered the curse?
It's all written in the book.
In which book?
I'm so tired, Adrian. I can't go on.
No, please don't close your eyes now, Victoria. Stay awake, please. Just tell me what book you're talking about. A chronicle or the Bible?
The book. Please read it. In the room.
Which room?
Under the ground. The 6 menhirs will point you to the entrance.
Which menhirs?
The path begins there. The path. You have to follow to the end. To the very end.
Do you mean the big stones around the castle?
Start there. Search at the menhirs. Adrian, promise me.
Yes, I'll do it.
Promise me.
Yes, I promise. Victoria, please wait. There's so much you have to tell me. Victoria.
What are you doing here?
How did you get
She's
in?
dying. Do something. Quick!
Leave now.
Глава 3.
Lady Victoria Gordon has passed away. She leaves behind an empty place in our hearts. Let us pause a moment and bid her farewell in silent prayer. Dear mourners, as we part, I would like to leave you with a few words to reflect upon. Words which have guided Lady Victoria throughout her life in both good and troubled times. So faith, hope, and love abide, these three, said Paul in his letter to the Corinthians. But the greatest of these is love. Now, as we are saying goodbye to Lady Victoria Gordon, let us do so with these words in mind. Amen. Adrian, my sincere condolences.
Thanks.
Your great-grandmother was a quite extraordinary woman.
Yes, she was.
Upright and of good heart.
Yeah. It's a pity I only got to know her so late.
Better late than never. You are Lady Victoria's only kin, and therefore her sole heir. You can now move into the castle and take some time to reflect, to find some peace, Adrian. And say farewell not only to your great-grandmother, but to your old life, too. If you need any help, you know where to find me.
Thank you, Father Frederick.
My condolences, Adrian.
Thanks, Doc.
How are you?
Well, this is the funeral of the last member of my family. That's it. From now on, I'm alone on God's earth. Utterly alone. I suddenly find Mordred's presence in my head a little comforting. He is part of the family, after all.
We could have our session now, if you like.
No, I'd just like to have some space right now. Can we move it to this afternoon?
How about 3 o'clock at my practice?
Okay.
See you then, Adrian.
Adrian Gordon, the last, but not the least. Or maybe he is.
What a great time to say that. But I wouldn't expect anything else from you.
That's right. You even carried your great-grandmother to her grave. You'd known hardly 3 or 4 weeks. Sorry for your sad loss. That I'm sure you'll get over very quickly. And congratulations on hitting the jackpot.
What jackpot? Do you mean the burned-down castle that I'm duty-bound to rebuild according to the will? Or do you mean my being the last in line of a family of sickos and murderers?
You call it that, but anyone else would call inheriting a magnificent estate and rising up into the nobility an incredible, real stroke of luck. But you were always good at playing the victim.
That's what you think. Any other cop would overcome his prejudices and just look at the facts.
Talking of cops, as you're now a British citizen, I'm afraid I can no longer get you deported. Let me make myself clear. The slightest hint of suspicion, and I'll have you back inside. And that's a promise.
Why do you want to keep me so close to you? Haven't you got any other friends? Why don't you go see Denise more often? That'll take the heat off a bit.
You'll soon stop talking so tough.
Have it your way. And now if you'll excuse me, Inspector, I have to go count my guest bathrooms.
Посчитать ванные комнаты для гостей. Давайте к Ральфу заглянем. Он, наверное, вернулся в свой этот домик.
Maybe Ralph is in his shack again. Ralph?
He isn't here.
It's me, Darren. I rescued you from the cellar. I once gave you a flute by the ruin. Do you remember?
Yes, Darren. But I broke it. I didn't mean to.
Tell me, Ralph, have you ever come across the White Lady?
I know lots of white ladies and men. They've got overalls on. They have needles and knives. They stab with them. They're evil.
And here in the woods, are there white ladies here too?
One, yes. She runs around here looking for someone. But she won't find Mr. Bubby. I hide him.
How you doing, Ralph?
Mr. Bubby has lost an eye.
How long were you locked in the cellar?
100 years.
Отличный ответ. Так, ну что, пойдемте осмотрим наш замечательный замок, теперь, когда нам никто не будет в этом мешать, как я надеюсь.
Hi, you waiting for me?
Good morning, sir. Yes, we are. Our condolences, by the way.
Thanks. I'm Adrian.
Okay, Adrian. I'm Greg. This is Steve. So, you're the boss now, right?
It looks like it. But I still have to get used to the fact.
Okay, boss. Well, maybe the best thing is for you to start right away. In fact, Miss Angelini has forgotten to give us further instructions.
Instructions? To do with the restoration? I don't know. I haven't managed to have a good look around yet.
Sure. Then perhaps you want to get a general overview first. There is a heck of a lot of building work going on.
So why don't you just get on with your work then?
No offense, sir, to the name of the Gordons, but it would be nice to know if the good lady left anything behind. I mean, apart from the building work.
You mean money-wise?
Yep.
Okay, I'll look into it.
Well, see you later then, sir. We'll wait for you in front of the castle.
So this is my new home, Blackmere Castle. A little more spacious than my college room in the prison cell, if not that much brighter. I think the mailman's been here. I'll have a look. A letter and the newspaper. A letter addressed to me? Strange. I've only just moved in. The Guardian's third virtue is mercifulness. Just as water grows drop by drop and becomes a mighty ocean, so should every call for help be heard and find a sea of answers.
Очень интересно.
Yet another one of those cryptic messages? No thanks. The last one drove me right into the clutches of a head case.
Ну не бесполезно же.
What the? The picture of me. That's the one I did for Murray. He can never get enough, can he? I don't want to know what kind of dough he screwed out of the newspaper for that. Well, what does it say here? Blackmere Castle has a new lord of the manor. It has transpired that the young American Darren M., against whom the accusation of arson has yet to be proved, is the last descendant of the Gordon family.
Ну, еще не оправдан, но пока что подтверждение обвинений не подтвердились.
And what's even worse, that I'm rich. I'll throw the paper away. I think this is one of the standing stones Victoria mentioned. It should point to the entrance, but where and how? A lunchbox. I guess it belongs to Greg. There's just a large packet of toothpicks in it. Does anyone have that many gaps in the teeth?
И прикарманим зубочистки. Ну, замечательно.
The castle itself is already sinister enough, but the soot and the facade ought to get it removed. I think this is one of the... A ladder. Who knows when it was put here, and why. I wonder if there was ever a pretty... I think this... The door is practically rusted solid to the frame. It's obvious that Lewis hasn't seen the inside of the greenhouse for more than 3 weeks. This is in dire need of a good tidy-up.
Не выяснить и почистить, хотя можно и в переносном смысле понимать, что, дескать, выяснить, что со всем этим происходит, куда запропастился садовник.
An empty pot. I have no idea what I could do with it. The door is closed. I've got the right key here. The door's unlocked.
Что у нас тут? Крепление труб. То бишь хомуты в
These are
простонародье.
pipe clips, like metal cable ties. Extremely useful. I assume that there's wine stored in these barrels, but as old as everything here is, could be vinegar by now. The bucket is half full of a white salt, probably for when it's icy. Huh. Why should the cellar light in Blackmere Castle work? A power socket, but does it have an electricity supply? Great, an extension cable. There's cleaning stuff, just no one to use it.
Нечего клинить,
A step ladder,
чистить.
like you'd use to
А
change a light
некому
bulb
чистить.
or to hang yourself. The castle's almost completely burned down. No wonder it's so filthy everywhere. Ugh, it's as gloomy here as in Mordred's poor soul. I'm not going any further. I'm sure Victoria wouldn't have hidden her money in the cellar.
А у нее, думаешь, вообще были деньги-то? Что-то я сомневаюсь. Так, пока нам нечего удлинять.
The bucket is half full of them. Why this debris was brought into the main hall of the castle and not taken outside will remain an eternal mystery to me. Amazing. The new tiles look as old as the old ones. The upper floor is a heap of rubble. The left wing of the castle is really collapsed now. It's a roll of damp-proof sheeting used in construction. The craftsmen should really cover the floor with it so they don't make everything filthy. I guess that's no big deal while the place is looking like it is. I'll leave it here. If I do need some of the sheeting, I'll know where to find it. The globe is metal. I can't see a weld seam. I wonder how they got it through the door. The globe is metal. A massive block of stone with a secret compartment, but there's nothing in it. I'd already discovered it before the castle fire. Tasty. Dried wallpaper paste.
Так.
For some reason, I'm wary of dogs.
Побаиваюсь я собак, а не собака подозрительно.
Books about horses, horse breeding, hunting dogs, polo, and so on. The Gordon's
Приятного
hobbies.
шмуга.
I'll put in a computer here. Stories. All of the books here have Latin titles. In the corner, there's a richly ornamented mighty column. The weight of the castle rests on it. In the corner,
Почему-то колонна осталась активной.
Shakespeare
Интересно.
dramas, Shakespeare tragedies, Shakespeare comedies. This will be the shelf for my comic collection. The Encyclopedia Britannica, in at least 3 editions. Will there ever be a bigger reference book?
Будет ли когда-либо больше справочник большего размера?
Bibles and religious texts. Some of the editions look damn valuable. Good that the fire didn't spread through here. Someone doesn't seem to have understood what a bookshelf is for. I'd love to have a little bit of a rest. As if the chaos of books wasn't enough, all the drawers have been pulled out just in case.
Так, что у нас тут? Телефон.
My telephone. There's probably...
Черт, прокликал.
My family tree. My family tree.
Так, что у нас дзинкнуло? Ну, с одной стороны, конечно, можно почаевничать тоже. Я что, я прокосил? Так. Ну да. Сегодня ж нет никаких раздач. Все раздали эпики, что хотели раздать. Да. Jurassic World будут раздавать теперь до 7 января. Окей, можно тебя уже удалить. Чтоб ты меня лишний раз не звекала. Я, видимо, дату окончания неправильно забил. Так, что еще тут?
My family tree.
Да-да-да.
That's the only part of the library that was damaged by the fire, fortunately. The Gordon coat of arms. Pretty uninspiring. I'd expected a fire-breathing dragon or a griffin with bloody claws.
Так, в библиотеку ходили, пойдемте на кухню. Мы с кухни и пришли, точно. Чайная комната.
What's a tea room without a teapot? This one's being used as a flower pot. Bills, 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 bank statements. Envelopes with nothing in them. Huh, who's this one from? Città del Vaticano, Roma, Italia. It's from the Vatican. What did Victoria have to do with the Vatican? The clock has stopped, probably during the last century.
Ну, вообще-то мне вполне себе ходит.
Ugh, what horrible things. Beats me what people think is so great about statues of naked kids with wings. Maria, the mother of all statues. Horse breeding was once a big thing here. The sculpture probably originates from that period. The plinth is probably marble. The plinth is... It's really quite pretty, this ostrich egg cup. What are these marks? It looks like mildew. Ugh, not that healthy. What are these? It looks like...
А поковырять? Нет? Так, что у нас есть?
Boxes full of stuff. I guess no one would have missed it if it'd been burned. There are some paint buckets drying up here. Who knows if these walls will ever come in contact with it. Oh, beautiful two-handed swords with ground steel blades. Shoved up on the wall any old way. And also next to an ordinary flail. Wielded by mere bandits and riffraff. Whoever hung these weapons here had no idea what they were. A mattress seems to be a bit too unusual to serve as a hiding place for the Gordons. A mattress seems... A stack of old pictures. Looks like they were rescued from the fire. A lot of them have caught smoke damage. A stack of old... Oh, look. Green ghost lamps. Very homely.
Так, стоять.
There's only one other door in the passage, and it's locked. The door is locked.
Ну так открой.
Strange. None of the keys fit. A huge oak bed. Presumably it used to be William's and Victoria's bed. William died more than 12 years ago. This is Victoria's jewelry. Rings, necklaces, and earrings. This is Victoria's... This is the monitoring equipment and medication Victoria used. Shouldn't Miss Antolini have taken these away with her? Or is someone else from the diocese coming to collect them? Looks like I'll have to take care of it.
И давай в карман положи, в лучших традициях, нет?
The White Lady. The Great Mystery. going on here? The blood is gone. But there's a black mark just where I touched the picture. Or was it there already? No, I'd better not handle it again. £6,000 is paid in every 3 months. No indication of who it came from. It just says here it was paid in over the counter. The last entry is 4 months ago. And the account was virtually empty 2 weeks ago. By Valentina Antolini. Authorized by Victoria Gordon. That must have been money for the construction guys. Celeste Valentina. An empty envelope with the Vatican crest on it. According to the postmark, it was sent 2 weeks ago.
Так, замечательно. Давайте-ка мы нашему адвокату позвоним. Что нам делать со всем этим добром, как нам во владение корректно войти? Делать такое.
Dr. Jones's chambers.
Hello, Dr. Jones? Adrian Gordon here.
Wow, Mr. Gordon. What's the score?
About the bail.
Ah, I wanted to call you about that. Sorry, it slipped my mind. A certain Charles Murray from Willow Creek has deposited the bail with the court. Do you know this man?
Only too well. But I wanted to tell you I'd already found that out myself.
Is he a friend of yours? That's good. Very good, in fact. The more supporters you have, the better. That always goes down well with the judge. People with friends and advocates. Terrific. Keep it up.
Тут еще друг.
Yeah. Dr. Jones, you know much about English inheritance law?
Well, yeah, about as much as a boxer knows about synchronized swimming.
So, not at all.
And that's making a favorable comparison. Are you having problems regarding the inheritance? I could
И
ask
с
around for
наследником,
you.
и с наследством.
Don't worry. I'll ask the notary. He's bound to know. Goodbye, Dr. Jones.
Seconds away. Next round, Mr. Gordon.
Может, еще и гадалке позвоним, что она нам скажет.
Hello, Madam Fortuna.
Adrian, I knew you would call again.
Who else could it be?
Pick a card.
Stop.
Ah, we have the Emperor.
Yeah, on the line. But it was in all the papers, too.
Милостивый император.
What? No, the card, Adrian, the Emperor card. You're gaining in external power and strength. You have a strong
Не внимал у тебя.
I see. Death.
Again.
A bear will follow you at every turn and devour you.
At every turn. What the...
Adrian, you can defeat the bear.
How can I defeat the bear?
Clear the way for the bear. Then he will let you live.
The way for the... yeah. Thanks. What a load of crap.
Абсолютно ничего. Так, мы везде все обыскали. Давайте в подвал еще раз заглянем. Чего у нас тут есть? О, еще мы кое-что не обыскали.
Quick setting foam, industrial quality, particularly suited to damp areas.
Не знаю, зачем нам это понадобится, но, видимо, понадобится. Замечательно. Замечательно. В игре сверлят. И у меня опять человек-сосед решил немножко посверлить. Так. Окей.
No, I really don't feel like speaking to anyone from the village at the moment.
Интересно. Чувак, может, ты знаешь, с кем по поводу вступления в наследство поговорить?
Hello, Father.
Adrian, welcome to my church.
I'm the last Gordon. Sounds like the last Mohican. What does that actually mean to me?
My son, you don't have to remain the last one. It's up to you whether it's the end of your lineage or a new start.
So, if I should decide to become a Catholic priest, then it would pretty much be the end.
You can still think about it. Your inheritance isn't just of a spiritual kind, it's also material. There's also the Black Mirror estate to manage. Presumably also the one in Wales. A huge responsibility, but also a huge gift.
And what about your church? It was built by Marcus Gordon, so it must belong to me now too?
The gift isn't that huge. Marcus Gordon built it, but he was also a loyal son of the church and always gave everything back that he got from it. Wormhill Church belongs to itself. And, of course, the people here.
I'd like to
My
hear...
mark, a few years it was, but the...
Right,
Well,
but-
I'll basically...
Do you know if...
But what perhaps... Or
Thank
they-
you, Father. Thanks for the help.
May the Lord...
Hello, Father.
Так и завис разговор о Маркусе и Мордреде. Ну ладно.
Miss Antolini, Victoria's nurse. What do you know about her?
She was sent by the diocese. They have very well-trained nursing staff, competent and trustworthy.
You didn't know her personally?
I know the manageress of the diocese, Mrs. Puft. She's the wife of the brother of the mayoress, Mrs. Puft, her sister-in-law.
Yeah. But you've never met Miss Antolini.
I saw her a couple of times when I visited Lady Victoria. Made a nice impression.
Thanks for the help.
May the Lord be with you.
Теплица. Почему она до сих пор на карте отмечена? Давайте пойдем в теплицу. Может, теперь ты откроешь двери?
Welcome to the jungle.
О,
Half of it is dried out, and the other half is rotten.
ведро. Стырим.
That was a bucket for water.
Дырявое. Отлично.
Maybe I can use it for something else. What have we got here? A garden hose. Hoses have always brought me luck so far.
Я сейчас не помню, к чему... Почему он говорит, что ему шланги приносили пользу. Я очень давно проходил первые
A
две части.
statue. Is that the white lady? I doubt it. She's too scantily dressed. Oh God, I see her everywhere, even though she's not there at all. Still, it's a shame she's got so dirty. A statue. Oh God.
Так, что у нас есть? Пустая бутылка, удлинитель, дырявое ведро и шланг.
That must have been one hell of a rake. Now it's just a long wooden stick. The bottom part is broken off. A withered plant. It says Valeriana walrathi on the label here. A withered plant.
Чего еще у нас тут есть? У нас еще есть сорняки.
It looks like the gardener is the murderer. Or, like Lewis, got wrapped up with a murderess.
А этот кусок почему-то не перевели. Похоже, садовник был убийцей, или, как в случае с Льюисом, был женат на убийце.
It's very unusual to put carpet down in a greenhouse.
Так.
The gaps between the tiles haven't been cemented. The tiles here have only been placed loosely next to each other.
Как интересно.
The tiles here have just been placed loosely on there. There's a trap door underneath them.
Так что медлишь? Залезаем? Это всегда интересно.
So where does that lead to? Far down, in any case. It looks like an old well shaft. Who knows what could be moldering at the bottom of this well? There's a case on a sort of ledge. Who put that there?
Не кто свалку устроил, а кто его сюда положил? Опа.
I've attached the clamps to the stick. In theory, you could now attach even more stuff to it.
Ну, их надо затянуть чугунной буквой М.
Excellent. I now have a sort of grappling hook. I'll need to use all my skill here, otherwise it's gonna fall off of the ledge.
Ну, давай, давай, давай. Опа. Получилось.
Got it.
Давай. Где там наш чемодан?
black plastic case. Let's see what's in it. A 10-pound note, a bottle of wine, and a notebook. Maybe it could tell me something about the owner.
Так, давайте мы с вами сделаем небольшой перерывчик. Я хочу тортика съесть, который у меня куплен был на Новый год и начат на Новый год. Вы тоже можете пока чайком побаловаться. Увидимся минут через 10. БСК немножко подумал, но все-таки захватил стрим.
Aha. Here on the first page it says, Henry Stanton. What did our Henry write about then? Well, that's interesting. He appears to have been some kind of informant. At least, he recorded everything meticulously when he saw any castle residents in the tea room. 3 o'clock p.m. Tea time ends. Victoria forgets to close the horse again. 3:15 p.m. Bates checks the lock. Note, the key is hidden at Old Durgham Gordon. 4 o'clock p.m. Tea room empty. Use the opportunity. 4:30 p.m. Visit of Dr. Herman. And it goes on in the same vein. And here's a drawing of a horse.
Что там еще есть что-нибудь?
Don't reckon this hole's got much more to offer.
Окей.
A statue. Is that the White Lady? I doubt it. She's too scantily dressed. Oh God, I see her everywhere, even though she's not there at all. Still, it's a shame she's got so dirty.
А что за Гордона такого упоминали там в этом в записной книжке? Давайте поглядим. У нас тут есть генеалогическое древо.
Durgham Gordon. Let's see. Ah, this is him. Married to Lillian Gordon. Durgham Gordon. This is the horse Henry described in his notes. This is the horse Henry described. So, Fury, where's your secret? Well, if that's not a button. 7 small holes all next to each other. These could be used for ventilation if any of Mordred's colleagues are living in there. But it kinda looks like you put something into them.
Такие маленькие дырки зубочистки хорошо должны лезть.
The toothpicks fit perfectly, but somehow I get the feeling there's more to it than this. Nothing's happening. Am I just imagining it, or are those actually scuff marks?
Царапины.
Let's see. Maybe this Durgham Gordon is here somewhere. Looks like there's no Durgham Gordon among these. The only names are Lillian, Garmer, and Lothar Gordon. The other pictures just have the year. Lillian Gordon was Durgam's wife. Her portrait was painted in 1662. Here's one dated 1659. It could be Durgham. I can't make anything out at first glance. There's nothing unusual on the back either. This must be the portrait of Durgham Gordon. The frame is charred, but the fire doesn't seem to have touched the picture. The piece of frame seems to be loose here. Maybe it got broken in transit. It doesn't look like the piece just broke off accidentally. It was sawed off. What's this? There are 7 small holes here, just like on the stone plinth.
Отлично.
This is the horse Henry The piece fits, but there are only 2 metal pins and 7 holes.
А если совместить с тобой?
The toothpicks can be pushed about 2 centimeters into the holes, but that alone won't help me. The toothpicks fit perfectly, but somehow I get the feeling there's more to it than this. Toothpicks, a full pack. The toothpicks fit perfectly, but somehow I get the feeling there's more to it than this. The toothpicks can be pushed about 2 centimeters into the holes, but that alone won't help me. The toothpicks fit perfectly, but somehow I get the feeling there's more to it than this.
Где? А если потыкать в раму зубочистками?
I can't... The holes vary in depth.
Во.
A great idea. I'll break the toothpicks off at all the same length, and then put them in the holes in the piece of frame. That way I'll have a copy of the key.
Во как. Хитро. Хитро.
This is the horse. There you go. It fits. I heard a clicking sound. Ha! That's it. Whoa! There must be thousands of pounds in here. No one had better know about this. The inspector would have a field day. I'll just take a few bills with me as payment for the useful Mr. Gregg. Wow, a really ancient letter from Mordred's time, with a coat of arms and a seal. Looks like it was from a king. The letter is from a scribe of Pope Innocent III. It contains instructions for further procedure in terms of the incident with Mordred. Letter from the Holy Father Pope Innocent III to the faithful follower Lord Marcus Gordon, Duke of Blackmere. Esteemed Lord Marcus Gordon, I am writing in great anguish concerning the developments in the case of Mordred. My instructions regarding further modi operandi are to be carried out immediately as follows. Firstly, I demand the utmost secrecy and the sealing of all entrances to the ritual room. Furthermore, an academy will be established to conduct more thorough research into the possibilities for the 5 small portals. Concerning the large portal, All records and documentation are to be sent to the Vatican immediately, as the very foundations of Christendom would be shaken should its existence become generally known. Any talk, thoughts, or writings regarding the Shade Portal shall be deemed an act of heresy and shall be punished in accordance with the rules of the Fourth Lateran Council. Therefore, until the papal revocation to decree otherwise, the Gordons are henceforth responsible for ensuring that no one comes too close to the Shade Portal. With great faith in you and unending trust in God, I send you my apostolic blessing from the Vatican, 29 Septembris 1213, on the feast day of the Holy Archangel Michael, Innocent III, formed from the earth, conceived in sin, born to be punished. Should man commit an evil act that is forbidden, a shameful act that ill behooves him, a vain act that is of no use, he shall in the end become fuel for the fire, food for the worms, and a heap of putrefaction. De miseria conditionis humanae, on the misery of the human condition.
Очень интересно. И ничего не понятно.
Someone has written something on the back, but the writing doesn't look as old as on the front. The menhir in the hall must be hidden. The menhirs that stand around the castle seem to be directly connected with the demon gates. I wonder if that's what Victoria was trying to tell me before she died. I should note down the location of the menhirs on my map. I'll close the safe again, just in case.
Менгир в зале нужно спрятать, а не то, что он находится в зале. Но он спрятан.
The globe is metal, a massive block of... That's Greg. He watches Steve while he works. Hi, Greg.
Hey, Adrian. What's up? Have you sorted out the finances?
Why are the books all spread around the floor of the library?
You'll have to ask Miss Antolini about that. She'd often pick up a book. Didn't have much to do by the looks of things. Was reading all the time.
The medical equipment in Victoria's room, is it going to be picked up at some point?
I suppose so. I bet they aren't cheap. I'm sure the diocese will come for them.
Where's this Miss Antolini got to, anyway? She wasn't even at the funeral.
What do I know? Probably back in the convent. Ask the priest. They're both back from the same team.
And you were asked to renovate the castle by her?
Correct. Penitence. We were working for old Murray before. For our pittance. We get twice as much here.
There's no light in the cellar.
Oh no. It's going to stay like that for the time being. The water used to put out the fire flooded the whole cellar, and there are electrical wires all over. Much too dangerous.
That one room on the upper corridor is locked.
Miss Antolini's room? Yep, she always locked it.
She
was scared we'd pay her a visit in the night.
How come I, as Lord of the Manor, don't have a key for it?
She probably took it with her.
Can you open the door for me?
Why? The room has already been completely renovated. I'm sure Miss Antolini will turn up in the next couple of days. Or send the key back.
And if she doesn't?
I could always break it down for you.
Thanks a lot. I think that'll be enough to stop it.
Yep, that looks good.
Are you gonna continue working now?
That depends. Have you got anything for me?
What can you do?
Well, you have to as a handyman here in the village. Wallpaper, paint, lay floorboards, a bit of wiring.
I'm sure we'll find something. The kitchen looks like crap. When's it gonna be tidied up?
As soon as we get more jacks. At the moment, the roof would fall on your head if you did anything in there.
The facade could do with having the soot removed from it. I'm sure you've got a brush somewhere.
Yes, it's just... Miss Antolini said the facade wasn't that important.
Do I look like Miss Antolini?
All right, Adrian. I'll get to work.
And from now on, it's Sir.
Вот раззвездяй.
A telephone. Who could that be? Hello? Oh, hello, Dr. Winterbottom. How are you?
Hello, Adrian. That's just what I wanted to ask you.
Everything's okay so far, thanks.
You're already 5 minutes late for our hypnotherapy session. I have some other appointments and really don't want to have to move them.
Oh yeah, sorry. I'll be there as soon as I can.
All right. See you soon, Adrian.
Движуха пошла.
There were stars right in the middle of the hole in the ground.
What kind of hole? The hole Angelina fell into?
Yeah, and when I looked around, at first I couldn't see anything, only blackness. And then I saw something in the darkness. Small, flickering points of light, until I realized that they were stars and they were shining there beneath the ground.
Well, that's a
Черт
beautiful
его
image.
знает. Игру
They
может
were laid
лишить.
out like a constellation.
Which constellation?
I don't know. Apart from Ursa Minor and Ursa Major, I don't recognize any of them.
Well, I think I do. Draw the stars for me again, Adrian. Maybe I can match them to the right constellation. Constellations generally represent mythological figures. Maybe that has some significance here. It looks a little like the Corona Borealis, the Northern Crown. But this is made up of 7 stars, not 6. The Northern Crown is also open at the top, seen from the Northern Hemisphere. So, it depends on where you're looking at it from. The Corona Australis, the Southern Crown, is open at the bottom, which could also fit here, judging from the shape. But it has more stars, namely 11, if you count the binary stars as 1. Are you sure that there's nothing missing from your drawing?
Yeah, quite sure. 6 stars. It looked exactly like that.
And I can't help you any further. I don't know of any constellation which looks like that.
Well, never mind. It may not mean anything at all.
Perhaps. But if it's important to you, then it will be revealed sooner or later, Adrian. You can be sure of that.
Что-то мне кажется, что
And
это
how are you
не
otherwise?
созвездие, а карта
I mean,
Менгира.
as the brand new lord of the manor.
Weird, I guess. Everything seems so surreal. I mean, I've spent my whole life in Boston as Darren. And now I'm here calling myself the last Gordon. And sitting all alone in a half-burned down castle full of ghosts. It's lucky the construction guys are there. Otherwise, I'd soon be getting the feeling that I was a ghost myself.
I'm still here too, Adrian. You aren't all alone. Did you have the chance to say goodbye to your great-grandmother?
Yes. That was good. She gave me a few things to take with me as I follow my destiny.
May I ask what her last words to you were?
She told me how I can find peace in my soul. I shouldn't go down the same route as my father, but go to the bitter end and start at the Menhirs.
At the Menhirs?
That's what she kept repeating. At the Menhirs, at the Menhirs. They seem incredibly important.
Then you should take note of her advice.
I'd better take the drawing with me. Perhaps I'll have some use for it.
Так, ничего полезного у тебя нету, кроме мусорки.
I wonder if the record about...
Есть сильно рассинхрон, то я могу игру перезапустить.
Oh, Mr. Michaels, it's good you're here. I wanted to come and see you.
See me? Why? Has someone else been murdered?
That's not entirely clear yet, but there has been a death at your castle on your estate.
What? You're kidding, Zach.
That's something I would never do, Mr. Michaels. Please, accompany me to the castle. The inspector would like to talk to you.
I'm coming.
Here, come and look, see? That's the place. That's where Gregory was killed. But they have already taken him away.
Right by a stone skull.
There's nothing more to do here.
I take it the inspector wants to talk to me, Zach?
Mm-hmm.
And he's gone ahead and is waiting for me in the castle, right?
It would appear so.
Ugh. It's blood. Greg's blood. I just can't believe he's dead. Killed by a skull. Unbelievable. And what's this here? Black mildew? Strange. I always thought mildew grew in dark and airless places. Funny to find it growing here in this well-ventilated spot. The castle really seems to be slowly decaying. It's high time it was renovated. An even better idea would be to fumigate it thoroughly. Looks
Какое
like it's
ценное
broken.
наблюдение.
Is this the stuff Greg wanted to use to clean the facade?
Можно этим статую, наверное, очистить.
It's an industrial cleaner. I've only seen as many warning notices as this on bottles of acid. I'll take it. And the brush as well. There sure is enough cleaning to do around here. I don't know what this thing is called, but Steve has used it to drill deep holes in stone. It's big, heavy, and makes a terrible noise. Tim Taylor would say,
A real man's toy.
It has a gas motor, but the gauge says the tank's empty. I should talk to Steve first before I... Steve.
Yeah?
Can you tell me exactly how the accident happened?
The stone skull from up there hit Greg.
Yes, I thought so. But how could that happen?
I don't know. Greg was on his own out here. He was going to clean the facade, like you said. Perhaps he took a break for a little pee, and when he was walking under the skull, bang!
I guess the ancient stone had been weakened by the fire. It just broke off. Maybe the vibrations of the drill shook the wall, and then the loose chunk simply fell down.
You can tell yourself that if you like, but if you ask me, nothing happens here just like that. This castle is jinxed, and everyone knows it. The walls are alive. When we bricked up holes, they were there again the next day. And it was just like that with the skull. It was just waiting for someone to stand under it before it fell down. That's how I see it. Please don't be offended, sir. But I don't want to be next.
What does that mean, Steve? Are you quitting?
Yeah. I'm sorry, sir, but I should have listened to my wife. She didn't want me to work here from the very beginning. Better to work for Murray without paid breaks than in the Black Mirror Castle without a head. That's what she said. You know, I should have listened to her.
Steve, please, wait.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. And if I may give you some advice, find someone to buy the castle off you. Some rich acquaintances of yours from America. And until then, don't stand still under a stone skull.
Роскошно. Я думаю, можем забрать и перфоратор, и канистру.
I should get some gas first before I lug that. There's a whole load of gas all empty. That's a shame. I should get some.
Так, ну давай перезапустим игру, что ли. Если говоришь, рассинхрон идет, надо перезапуститься. Ух, чешется, извиняюсь. Ну что, пойдем с инспектором поговорим.
Inspector, I'm sure there are a few questions you want to ask me.
But you know, I can actually predict what your answers are going to be. I know you, and I'm sure you'll have a watertight alibi.
Yeah, I was with Dr. Winterbottom anyway. Exactly as set out in my bail conditions. Ask your constable.
Bravo! A cast iron alibi. You see, I didn't even have to waste my breath talking to you. I'll just have a look around here in this big castle full of old works of art that must be worth a fortune. I'll find out what I need to know from wandering around this huge estate, Mr. Legacy Hunter.
That's enough! I'll have no more of your insults. I don't know what you're busy figuring out in that miserable little skull of yours, and I don't want to know. I'm not any old castle creeper fumbling around aimlessly and who takes the blame for everything bad that happens. I am a landowner and the master of Black Mirror Castle, a powerful lord. And what are you? A small-time disgraced cop. So get out of here. Now.
Okay, Adrian.
Sir Adrian Gordon to you from now on. And don't come nosing around here again until you've got a
Вот
search
это тебя
warrant.
поплющило.
Wow, that was long overdue. I won't take this anymore from anyone.
I'm not just anyone, I'm a Gordon. And not just anyone, I am the only one. The last of the weakling Marcus line will be the first of the mighty Mordred line.
Как тебя накрыло, друг дорогой.
Yeah, from now on, I'm alone in the castle. Nobody else here. At last, I can have some peace. Nobody wants anything from me. No alibi, no money, nothing at all.
Нашел где отдыхать.
I mean, apart from my ancestor, who just wants to take ownership of my body. I better not waste any more time in finding out what Victoria meant when she said all that stuff about the Meniers. What did I just say? Nobody wants anything from me. What's that? Oh, I guess someone rang at the front door.
Позвонил и убежал. Отлично.
I think this is one of the stand-in stones Victoria mentioned. They should point to the entrance, but where and how? I think this is one of the stand.
То есть обязательно надо картой кликнуть. Ну, ребята.
Maybe the layout of the Meniers is important. I'll note it down on my map. I'll lay a piece of paper on the map and use it to note down all the important information.
Я знаю даже, где можно разжиться бензинчиком, кстати. Я думаю, вот отсюда можно немножко бензинчик слить. Я думаю, друг возражать не будет. Нет?
There's a dent in the hood. There's a dent in the... This is the car of that maniac who wanted to kill me. One of many maniacs with a car who wanted to kill me. I'll pay Phil a social visit. He's been locked up down there for 3 days now. Whoa, jeez!
Вот это кайф.
Phil is dead. I can't tell how he died. Maybe it's my fault. Anyway, I locked him up and maybe he died from extreme hunger and thirst. But wait a second. I locked the cellar door when I left, and it was open when I came back. Someone must have been here in the meantime. No. There's a rotting... Phil locked me in this...
Так, больше, походу, ничего нету. Так, лучше нам отсюда валить потихоньку. Телевизор, кстати, выключили.
I don't want to see the torture video again. A pile of junk. All right, if ever I need anything. It says here. Otherwise, there's nothing. Otherwise, there's nothing else.
О, крышка бака, наконец-то нашел хотспот.
I can't really see much, but it smells as if there could be still gas in it.
Ну что, сложным путем или сложным путем?
I can use the hose to suck the gas out of the tank. I have a can, too. Let's do it. The can is half
Теперь мы
full.
тоже можем
That
быть
should be
соседом с перфоратором.
It'll stay locked for now.
Да, вот только хотел об этом сказать. Ага. Зарисуй, мыслитель великий.
I'll mark the position of this menhir with a cross.
Так, пойдемте. Может, почту нам принесли еще какую-то?
What have we here? More mail. A letter from Murray? What does that creep want again? We will charge 100 pounds a day for as long as the hotel
Обещал
fee
же
has not been
бесплатно.
returned. A bill for over 500 pounds for 5 days? What? Was I staying at the Willow Creek Hilton? An empty letterbox.
Обещал бесплатно поселить, и теперь меня жадность обуяла. Вот засранец.
I've now drawn in 3 menhirs.
По-моему, возле теплицы еще один был.
That's the 4th one.
Или нет? Нет, возле теплицы не было. Ну ладно. Не страшно, потому что нам все равно в теплицу надо. Почистить статую.
Wow, this cleaner is really powerful. It's even removing the marble. That was painted to look like marble. The statue's actually made of, I bet it's some sort of local stone. Granite, maybe. The statue's actually made out of ordinary stone. The marble is only a veneer. I should have thought of that earlier. The statue is made out of the same stone as the
Упоминал
veneer.
сейчас, что это
And
менгир.
someone at some
Он слово
point carved
меньер
the statue out of it.
произнес.
I have plotted 5 menhirs. I'm still missing one. A massive
не
block
меняешь
of stone
случайно?
with a secret compartment. Yes, of course. They built the castle around a menhir. They probably carved the foundation stone directly out of the menhir when it had to be hidden. I'll mark it on my map. I've marked off all 6 menhirs. We'll see what I can find out with this.
И где у тебя рисунок миниров?
Those many a stand-in stone things around the castle aren't exactly the same formation as this constellation. But what have those portals got to do with it? And where's the entrance? A link to the church passes through a site of a menhir. Maybe there's a portal there. I could ask the priest about it.
Так.
A line from the menhir to the gateway ends in the middle of the woods. It's gonna be fun trying to find the right place. But I think the way to the crossroads in the woods does lead in the right direction. I don't really want to roam around the woods until I've been to all the other places on my map. Strange. So a line from the foundation stone through a menhir ends up at the hotel. There's absolutely no way I can imagine a portal
Там
being
вроде старое кладбище как раз за
maybe
отелем.
in the vicinity of the hotel. If you draw a line from the foundation stone through the site of the standing stone, you end up right by the academy. Even if I know that there's a portal buried under all this rubble, I'd never get to it. No one would. So, the line from the foundation stone through the greenhouse ends near a swamp. I ought to check the place out. I'll make a note that I've checked out the academy.
Ну что, пойдемте сначала деньги заплатим. Заодно про портал узнаем.
Now that I live in the castle, I don't actually have to see Murray again. But I've still got the hotel key. And I'd love to rub the old crook's nose in it in person. Hello, Murray.
It's always a pleasure to see you, Mr. Gordon.
Mr. Gordon? Ha! So the fact that I'm the last descendant of the famous noble family hasn't escaped you.
Indeed. The whole village is talking of nothing else.
So you will also be aware that not only does the name belong to me, but also the entire Blackmere estate.
My warmest congratulations on your wonderful inheritance. And, naturally, my sincere condolences for the loss of your dear grandmother.
Great-grandmother. And you can keep your dumb pleasantries for your tourists, the last who come and stay with you. In fact, I'm thinking of turning the castle into a hotel. A veritable Gordon's Palace. Everything here you've stolen, even the name. I could sue you for that, Murray. Is that clear? And I think I might just do that.
I admit, Mr. Gordon, we may have had some little differences of opinion. But you won't forget, will you, that I have always helped you. It was I who got you out of jail, and it is also
А что ты вообще в лесу делал?
didn't freeze to death in the woods. As you were lying there, unconscious, I sent Phil to you and got him to bring you to the hotel. As a man of honor, are you going to repay that with a petty legal dispute?
Your so-called willingness to help is nothing more than a cynical maneuver. Someone has to put a stop to your game once and for all. Don't forget the photos from your cupboard that clearly prove you've been using blackmail to supplement your pocket money. You'd be finished if I made that public.
Как запел-то.
I appeal to our friendship.
Friendship? You're nothing but a miserable parasite that gorges itself on the blood of its host.
I've been your host for too long. Not anymore. I'll make sure you won't find another poor sap you can bleed dry. I'll become your parasite. How long do you think you can hold out against me, you worm? Huh? And I'll look on you as you're destroyed and take delight in your pain.
And one day you'll also wake up in a cellar next to dead bodies. If you wake up at all.
Have a nice life.
I showed him. He who will take care not to spoil my plans again. How easy it is. Just exert a little pressure, and the whole world buckles before you.
To whom could I next teach the meaning of fear? Tom, or maybe the tattooed fellow inmate, or the amusing old wench who always runs away when she sees me. These annoyances must be eliminated right away. I wonder why I haven't asserted
Вот тебя накрыл-то.
to live by pure hatred.
Holy crap! That doesn't sound like me at all. More like what Victoria said about Mordred when he started to change. He didn't trust anyone and became more and more hostile. Damn. I've really got to pull myself together. No, it'd be better for both. According to my map, one of the portals could be down there. What's Bobby doing there? Hey, Bobby, what are you doing there?
Hello, Darren. It's Denise's birthday today, but I haven't got a present.
And you wanna catch her a fish?
No, I want to collect some mussels with pearls in them. I want to make a pretty pearl necklace for Denise.
Ну, у меня есть лишнее ожерелье.
I see. Look, Bobby, wouldn't that make a lovely present for Denise?
It's beautiful.
You can have it.
Thanks, Darren.
Those are the waders that Bobby had on. With a huge hole in them. Huh. Bobby must have ripped them when he rushed to take them off. This is something like a missing poster. 2 boys disappeared here after taking a swim. It's suspected that they drowned, but their bodies were never found. You're not allowed to swim in there. There are 4 menhirs in the river. That could be a pointer to the portal. I can't get any closer. A lovely place to get some deadly inspiration.
Так, окей.
The constable's convertible. Equipped with regulation light and repair kit.
Ну, вообще-то будет.
I'm sure Zach won't mind if I borrow his repair kit. The repair kit is perfect, as if it was made to do this. Finished. There are 4 menhirs in the river. That could be a pointer to the portal. Not exactly the bridge of trust. Ah! It's just a piece of
Даже не
flotsam
плот, а
with a raven
просто
sitting on it.
плавучий мусор.
Nothing unusual. Oh, great. I bet the portal's in the middle of the river.
И куда ты пошел? Да ладно
Now I just need
тебе.
a clown's nose and some big shoes. They look exactly like the menhirs at the castle. I guess they mark something. They look exact. Let's see.
Ну да, типа, чтобы не рисовать анимацию переодевания.
Damn, it gets deeper here. There's something down there. Something dark. But I can't make it out exactly. Some diving goggles would be good. Or something so I can see the
Так.
water without having to dive.
Кронштейн и стекло. Что у нас есть на эту тему? У нас куча бесполезных вещей лежит.
Can't make anything out very well.
Окей.
Could be anything.
У нас еще есть указания.
I'll take the waders off. They're uncomfortable after a while.
Так, куда мы еще можем сходить? Мы можем сходить к развалинам Академии, в принципе, можем сходить. Может, там что-то интересное еще осталось.
Even if I know that there's a portal buried under all this, unless someone decides to build a subway here.
Так, пойдемте в приют. Точнее, в приход.
Hello, Father.
Welcome back, Adrian.
Father Frederick, I found a letter here, a very old letter. Please have a good look at it.
But it's from the Vatican. From Pope Innocent III himself. Do you know how valuable this is?
You mean if I auctioned it, I'd get a few bucks for it?
Yes, a few suitcases full. But I didn't mean the material worth. Pope Innocent is regarded as the most important pope of the Middle Ages. He called out the Fourth and Fifth Crusades and formulated the foundations of the pontificate, which is still used today. If this is an original letter from Pope Innocent, then it's a very extraordinary document. A dictum of trust from the church to your family ancestors. You can be really proud of your family.
Wow, that's the first time I've heard that.
Until now, I always thought it was a rumor. But you've got it here in black and white. Your family has been personally chosen by the Pope to fulfill an important duty.
Sounds more like they were damned by it to me. It's quite obvious that this duty outgrew them pretty quickly.
We're all tested by God, and it's a challenge for every one of us. But only steadfast faith can lead us through the darkness to the light in the end.
Please have a closer look at the letter. It mentions a shade portal.
Yes, that's true. One big one and 5 small ones. But I've never heard about them before.
These 5 small ones probably mark the entrances that lead to the big one. The big one must be the shade portal that's described. Either way, I definitely think that one of the portals could be here under the church.
Under the church? But that's not... But no. That really could be possible. Samuel visited Marcus's grave back then, and what can I say? It collapsed. It's been inaccessible since then. I was very saddened by the incident, but if you think about it, that kind of thing can only collapse.
If there's a cavity underneath, Bingo.
But doesn't it say in the letter that the entrances have been sealed, so that no one could ever reach the big portal? And that the Gordons must make sure that it stays that way.
Exactly. And I'm the last Gordon. After me, there's no one else to take care of it. That's why I've got to get rid of this whole thing for good. Thanks for the help.
May the Lord be with you.
Может, мы что-то теперь можем потыкать?
The pane of glass is loose. Huh, I'll take it with me.
Кругленькая стекляшка. Как удобно. И заизолировать тебе не надо.
I'll leave him in peace for now. Hello?
Так.
No one there.
Что-нибудь на кладбище есть, интересно? Или мы все на кладбище потыкали? Ну, не считая большого надгробия.
William Gordon, my great-grandfather.
Окей. Мы, в принципе, можем опять идти в этот... Нет, не сюда, блин. Хотел в отель. Тут нечего уже ловить, так что идем в отель. Так, ты зайдешь теперь в воду или как?
It's too far out for me to make.
Как уж я это делаю? Можно просто ведром туда тыкнуть, и он сам все сделает, да? Да.
Interesting. And exactly what I thought. There are some steps leading into the bottom. Unfortunately, the river has flushed tons of gravel down the steps and blocked everything up. Almost the same problem as at the academy.
Так, заодно давай, может, воды нальем в бутылку. Все равно делать нечего. А прямо здесь налить воды не судьба? Нет. Эй. Не помню, зачем мне зачем нужна была вода.
Finished. The bottle is now full of water, but I wouldn't drink it. Well, the waders aren't completely watertight.
Только где мне нужна была вода?
I'm not gonna find anything else here, so I can leave the waders here too. I'll leave the bucket here too, in case Bobby wants to look for presents again.
есть осталась дорожка в лесу и болото. Зачем же мне нужна была вода-то? Склероз. Ладно.
I've ruled out the ruins, the church, and the river. I hope we'll find something in the woods. If the map is correct, then you have to follow the trail here to the north to get to the place where one of the portals can be found. Quite swampy here. This must be the right place, though.
See.
No portal in sight. Oh, it must have sunk into the swamp a long time ago, so there's no chance of getting to it. Huh. That looks like an old metal
Да уж ты
detector.
мастер чинить, это все,
Probably
это
broken.
уже мы
But
поняли.
that kind of thing can be repaired.
Так, что у нас тут? Кости.
There are lots of bones lying around here. Small animals. Birds, squirrels. Ugh, no idea. There are lots of bones. It's probably been lying in the swamp for a few months. The battery and the electronics are shot. The coil must still work. It's made of copper. I could repair it. I
Ну, в
just need a
смысле,
new
всякая
battery
электроника
and
была в
something
этом,
that you can use to receive
в
electrical
морге.
signals. The ground there is quite swampy. The bridge goes halfway out into the swamp, and it sinks into the ground.
Окей.
A transistor radio, a device that can receive signals. I think this might prove useful. If I replace the broken electronics with those from the radio and the antenna, here's the wire. Got it.
Привет, Вавасай, еще раз. Спасибо тебе за Негорбись раз, спасибо за Негорбись 2, спасибо за Негорбись 3. 4, 5, так, уже 6. Так.
It says... I don't want to see the... I'll go back down afterwards to wipe my fingerprints off.
Так, что-нибудь еще здесь есть? Нет. То есть
Otherwise,
нам не
there's
хватает
nothing
только
else.
батарейки, я так понимаю. Или батарейку мы тоже из радио стырили.
The radio takes on the role of the signal receiver. If I've wired it up properly, then there'll be a sound when the detector hits on something. It's missing a battery. Polaroid camera. Murray gave it to me. My good
Так.
old SLR sadly never made it out of the ruins.
Перфоратор. Мы теперь можем заправиться. Чем он только нам нужен, непонятно.
I'll fill it up right away. Full. It's pretty heavy.
Да, я тебя постоянно по-разному называю, смотря как меня поплющит. А если залезть на лестницу и посверлить стену, нет? Да, у нас все еще нету батарейки.
Don't reckon this hole's got much.
Так, а если я водой... Вот, наверное, сюда я хотел воду использовать, нет? Сюда она не используется. Окей. А может быть стырить аккумулятор еще дополнительно? Потому что почему бы и нет? Так. Так, где уж она была-то? Вот ветхий дом.
I know the motor well enough. 100% garbage. Only the battery might be useful. Locked.
Бензин слили. Сейчас аккумулятор еще стырим.
Okay, I'll release the hood. Hey, here's another one of those glow stickers. I'll take it. I'll take the battery. It's not even bolted in.
Fortunately.
I'll replace the broken battery with the one from the car. Fortunately, both have the same voltage.
Так. Получается, мы еще сюда не ходили.
If I trust my abilities as a cartographer, which I do, then there must be a portal along this path. Danger of death. Access to woods forbidden. Warning, hunting season. Traps and shotguns in use. Am I in the wrong film? Willow Wars? What's going on here? No landmines? Huh, then that's alright then.
Если это валяется, его надо поднять в
I'm not
карман.
quite sure what I can use it for, but I'm sure I'll find something. A bear trap. It's called Mammoth.
Ну как?
How are they hunting here?
Открываешь TCP-соединение и просто прямым текстом передаешь. Сначала, если ты делаешь HTTP запрос, то сначала у тебя идут заголовки, потом двойной пропуск строки, ну в смысле /n/n. После этого тело запроса.
This trap is no longer dangerous, but I'm sure it's not the only one here. And I'm sure they won't all be so visible. It works. Excellent. Let's hope the battery lasts until I'm back out of the woods. Good. Then off we go. I'll mark the traps with the luminous stickers, so it's easier for me later.
Есть такая проблема, да. И все более-менее целое.
It has to be here. That's where
То
one
есть
of the
там
portals
ни
has to
болото,
be.
ни река, ничего не раздолбано.
Is there something moving over there? Or am I seeing ghosts? Nothing would surprise me anymore. There's a crevice under the rock. Could be a rabbit burrow. Even more Menhirs. Must be a nest somewhere around here. They're positioned exactly like the Menhirs in the river. That's one hell of a stone.
Серьезно?
Always wanted to do
3
this.
часа спустя. Ни хреновый такой у тебя это разбор.
Ah, the stone's harder than I thought. I've drilled more than 24 holes now. It just doesn't want to break. And I've got no fuel left. Ah, and it's gotten damn cold.
Холодно. Вода,
24
лед.
holes.
Очень хорошо
All of them
раздалбывает
about
камень.
half a meter deep. There'll be a heavy frost tonight and the water will freeze. It expands, and in theory, the rock should crack. At least that's what it should do, if my physics course
Ну.
wasn't just a waste of time.
Я просто сходил в ближайшую Евросеть.
Stop. I still need something to plug the holes. Otherwise,
Пеной
I'll just have
залей.
icicles stuck in the holes, and the stone will still be in one piece. Perfect. The construction foam hardens when it comes into contact with moisture, and then it's quite strong. That should stop the ice from coming out of the holes.
Предлагаю по этому поводу
Now
возвращаться в
I've
замок.
just gotta wait until morning.
Бобби? А что ты тут забыл, Бобби?
What's Bobby doing here? He looks very sad. Bobby? Hey, Bobby, what's up?
Tom hit me and threw me out. I don't know why.
Doesn't he do that all the time?
Not beating me.
So, why don't you go to the cops?
I've been there already. The inspector sent me away. He doesn't want to hear about it, he said. The police sent me away too. She said I shouldn't complain. And now everyone's sitting in the pub and won't let
А
me
зачем в
in.
БДМВД-то? Раньше вроде можно было просто пойти в ближайшую там Евросити или еще в несколько мест, показать свой паспорт, и они тебе тут же валидацию делали. У них что-то ли поменялось у Яндекс денег? Странно это все.
Should I give you some money so you can stay in the
Он не
hotel?
хочет деньги,
No,
нет у
I
него.
don't want any more money. Tom always takes everything away.
You could stay with me in the castle.
That's very nice.
А чё ты тогда
Darren,
торчишь?
But I don't like the castle. I don't want to die.
Одним больше, одним меньше.
That's not a good idea. He wants to kill you.
But you said the inspector is in the pub.
Yes.
I'm sure he's not stupid enough to kill me in front of his eyes. Anyway, the guy's due for a beating. I can't stand by idly anymore. Look, I'll sort this out for you.
Let's hope the inspector really is there. Otherwise, this will be Tom's last night.
Tom, calm down.
А где взяла ожерелье, а не где спрятала?
I want to know where the hell you got that necklace from.
Why should I tell you that?
That's I lent that to a friend as a deposit. It wasn't to be given away as a present. Damn it.
Friend? Since when has Bobby been your friend?
What's Bobby got to do with it, huh? What are you on about?
Keep your fingers off Denise, or you'll be in the slammer before you know it.
You stay out of this, you village Bobby.
Watch what you say, boy. I can...
What did you say about Bobby? What's he got to do with the necklace?
He gave it to me, just before, for my birthday.
What? That can't be. I'm gonna kill that idiot.
If someone's doing some murdering around here...
Then that'll be me.
What the hell is that rat doing here?
Listen to me carefully now, you stinking, brainless waste of space. If you ever touch so much as a hair on Bobby's head again, you'll wish you'd never been born. Do you understand?
Oh, your lordship commands. Just you wait. Hey, Cole, get the handcuffs out. This gonna kill Phil.
That's enough now. You're completely drunk.
I thought your brother was the stupidest of the two, because you're not just his brother, you're his father too. But now I'm sure it must be the other way around.
4 глава меж тем.
she was really evil from the very start. Those black eyes, like a demon, a witch.
I think your subconscious is processing your relationship with her.
No, that's not my subconscious. I'm remembering this encounter. Her face.
What kind of mirror was that? And where was it?
The crevice, remember? I climbed in there to help Angelina. There was a large room down there, and this mirror was in it.
Perhaps it was a cave with an underground river, and the reflection in it was simply distorted.
No, I'm sorry, Doc. A few days ago I would have believed you. But this time I'm completely sure it's not just my imagination or some kind of trick by my subconscious. It really did happen.
Excuse me for a moment. Dr. Winterbottom? Yes, he's still here. Can we... Yes, fine. I'll tell him.
Hello, this is Big Shot Spooner. We found a corpse and want to arrest that Gordon immediately. Send him here straight away.
Almost. It was the constable. The inspector is waiting for you in the cafe. You should go there directly after the session.
In the cafe? What? Is he gonna treat me to a plate of donuts?
Why not? Adrian, it's time to make peace with the world. Why don't you start with the inspector?
It's okay, Doc. Perhaps it's all a bit too much. The ongoing investigations against me, the continuous suspicion, the visions, the castle. It's crushing me.
Because you want to do everything on your own. Let yourself be helped. By me, by the inspector, and why not by a butler? Yes, I think a butler would be just the thing for you.
You made the right decision. Has anyone ever told you that?
What decision? That a castle needs a butler?
No, that you didn't become a pathologist back then, rather than a psychologist. I mean that decision, Doc.
Oh, thanks, Adrian.
See you later, Doc.
Хранитель. В общем, я посмотрел, пока шла сценка. Идешь в офис Мегафона, в офис Связного, практически куда угодно. А особенно хорошо, если у тебя МТСовская симка. И тебя там за умеренную плату, там 200-300 рублей верифицируют, и все. И, по-моему, даже эти 200-300 рублей не улетают в пустоту, а попадают тебе на твой этот Яндекс кошелек, который Ю-деньги. Так что ты что-то сложное очень такое выбрал. Хотя, конечно, вопрос, чего будет открыто. Есть кто-нибудь из плоти, а куда этот бритоголовый делся? О. Разборочки.
Hello, Madam Fortuna.
Adrian, I knew you would call again.
Who else could it be?
Pick a card.
Stop.
I've turned over the moon.
That's what you sound like, too.
The tarot card, Adrian. Your card. Something has been awakened in you. You will have to transcend the
Чувство,
boundary.
понимание, перемен.
But you will receive a deep, intuitive understanding in exchange.
That sounds a bit
Внезапно.
scary.
Ah, I see. Death.
Again.
You shatter.
Ah.
But there's a way, Adrian, for you to survive.
Just one. Yes, I'm listening.
Stay away from honey.
Yeah. Thanks. What a load of crap.
Hi, Adrian.
The worthy Mr. Gordon is honoring me with a visit.
Have you taken something?
Sit down. Do you remember what happened last night?
Only up to the punch in the face. Strangely enough, I have a mental block of what happened from that point on.
Really? You stood up as if nothing had happened and just
Чего не
walked back to
усухал?
the castle. I followed you because I thought you might collapse at any moment. But nothing. You didn't even sway once. You took the knockout punch like a man. I wouldn't have expected that of you.
Thanks for the flowers, Inspector. But in reality, I didn't cope with it so well. The blackout.
Never mind. The most important thing is you can still remember what Tom said when he noticed you.
You mean I'll kill you? I'll punch you in the face?
By the
Подать на
way,
него
you
заявление,
can
не то, что
report him
там
if you want
пишут.
to.
Sure, and for kidnapping too. No one believes me anyway. I already said 3 weeks ago that he kept me locked up in Wales.
Until now, I assumed that these abduction stories were made up. But Tom's reaction makes me wonder a bit. But more importantly, who is this Phil, who Tom said you murdered?
Ask Tom.
I haven't been able to find him all morning.
Oh, now you want my help.
Okay, Adrian. Perhaps I wasn't always that nice to you. Can we just forget the past for a moment?
Did I just hear an apology?
Well,
Phil's the guy who locked me up in his morgue a few days ago and wanted to kill me. I knocked him out from behind and took off. But I know he was still alive at that point.
that means the corpse is still lying there. Where was this?
In a house in the woods. I think it used to belong to a Dr. Heinz Herman.
That sounds familiar.
Listen, Inspector, how about I just take you over there?
After you.
Here we are.
The door's closed, and we can't go in there without a search warrant.
I think that only applies to you, right?
Let me put it like this. If you
Если
were
туда
to enter this
войдешь,
house
ничего
without
оттуда не
permission,
забирай. Вот
I
что
would have to
говорит.
make sure that you don't take
Перевод.
anything.
Ah, I get it. Huh. The door's locked. But I'm sure I left it open when I was last here. Hey, Inspector. The door's wide open.
Well,
На здоровье. У меня и так уже полный язык инвентаря всяких полезных и не очень предметов.
You'll probably be interested in the torture videos too.
Или, по крайней мере, были они тут.
Yeah, Phil's got a whole secret compartment full. They're gone.
Perhaps your corpse was bored.
Wait a minute, there must be one still in the video recorder.
Turn that off. That's sick. Where's the guy who filmed this?
I guess it was Phil, but you don't see him though.
I'll take that tape as evidence. Okay, and where's the corpse?
Убрали.
The corpse has disappeared too?
This is starting to get quite implausible. Don't you think?
Tom must have been here.
Я
He
чё,
tried to
дурак,
cover his
по-твоему?
tracks. That's why the other videos are gone too.
Tom? Or you?
I've got nothing to do with it. I'll prove it. Hey, Inspector, you might be interested in this. It's not Bill's corpse, but perhaps you'll believe me now?
It must be dead at least a couple of weeks.
And a couple of weeks ago, I was sitting quietly in the cell.
Okay, Phil really does have something to answer for. And it would seem he's good at his profession. Otherwise, I'd have heard of him ages ago.
I bet Tom's got something to do with this, too.
First, we'll go back to the station. I'll send Zach over here to pick up the body.
I've got something else I need to do.
You're coming with me first. I need to record your statement. Oh! Stay where you are! Tom!
So now I've got time to have a look at the stone circle, then. That looks very promising.
Аналогично. Я думаю, придется опять как-то придумывать, как спускаться.
I wasn't expecting such luxury. I wonder what's waiting for me down there. Amazing. Yep, that's got it. About 4 meters wide and... Oh, it's not that deep at all. A few hundred meters, maybe. There are fluorescent things hanging everywhere. They look like huge glowworms. They're not moving.
Ну, ты знаешь, недооценивать силу расширяющейся воды не стоит.
Or if someone or something gave a helping hand. Are those some kind of writing symbols on the wall? None of it means anything to me, I'm afraid.
Так, что у нас осталось? У нас осталось, кстати, не так много вещей.
Difficult to know exactly what it is from here.
Я удивлен, чего он всякие бумажки не упаковывает в свой журнал. Ну ладно. Ну ладно.
If I'm, what? There is one huge, untraversable chasm between me and the portal.
Я, кажется, знаю, зачем мне нужна лестница.
The ladder would make a decent bridge over the pit. I'll try it. So what have we got here then? An ancient comic? It looks like a kind of picture-based script. Let's see if I can work any of it out. Some guy carrying a black ball. He's wearing a long robe. Or a dress. Could be some holy character. Or a priest. Then he lies down with the black ball and some other guys wearing dresses stand around him. Weird. And here they're taking the guy with the ball's head off? Wait, Could it be some kind of burial ritual or an execution? I could do with a copy of this somehow, so somebody can take a look and maybe tell me what these symbols mean.
Ну, разве что наш это, психотерапевт-гипнотизер.
Maybe I'll find someone who knows about hieroglyphics. I've seen one of these before, in the academy. Angelina placed a black ball in it, and then the portal opened. I think she'd stolen it from the museum, but now she's dead. And she had the ball with her when my mother threw her to her death. An inactive portal, just like the one in the academy. Angelina was able to open it using a weird black ball thing. These are the hieroglyphs I found in the cave under the stone circle.
Приключения головы и черной сферы.
Hello, Doctor? Can I ask you a quick question? Hi, Doc.
Adrian, what can I do for you?
It's been a while since I've had visions.
Медикаменты плохо влияют.
What does that mean?
I'd say it means that the medication is working well. It could also be that the emotional events of the last few days have suppressed the images of the past for the time being. Either way, we're making progress.
You said you knew Dr. Herman?
Yes, he was a very extraordinary man. We met each other when we were students. It was a great time. But I quickly realized that pathology wasn't really for me. Unlike Heinz, I was always much more interested in the living.
You studied pathology?
Amongst other things, yes. Are you surprised?
Not really, no. Tell me, Doc, have you had a look at the museum here?
To be honest, no. I've never been, and I never will.
It's probably better that way. Then, I guess you don't know anything about the black ball?
I'm sorry, no.
Look at this.
What is it?
Some kind of hieroglyphs, I think. Are you familiar with this kind of thing?
With hieroglyphs? No. But I think I've got a book about it. Just a minute. Here, I bought this before my holiday in Egypt, but I've never read it. Perhaps there's something in there that interests you.
Thanks. Bye, Doc.
Look after yourself, Adrian.
That could take a little time right now. Okay then, there are a few signs which are in other languages as well. I'm definitely not going to find any others in here. I'm pretty sure that the script from the cavern is not in this book. Ah, pity. but it was worth a try. There's something here on the last page. Dr. Winterbottom, thanks for the loan. The text was very enlightening. Best wishes, Edward. Hi, Doc.
Adrian,
Bye, Doc.
look after yourself, Adrian.
Hieroglyphs and the history of their origin in various cultures. A damn weighty tome.
О, музей, походу, открылся.
There's a whole lot of nothing going on here. How does Murray make money with all this garbage? Oh, a donations box. For the bereaved, it says. Yeah, sure. And a camera, so Murray can see whether people donate from the comfort of his own home. Hi, huh? The sign? Please don't talk to the staff. Oh, right. Strange guy. Probably not even a real cop. What does it say there? I love blood and kill me. And what's that? Take my soul. I don't really know what to find more shocking. That Murray's made replicas of
Не
Dr.
снизил
Herman's
цену,
severed
а
head.
изготовил
Well, that's some of his
реплики
fault.
отрезанной головы.
Who the hell buys this crap? If they'd been available in a series back then, Samuel wouldn't have had to have bothered with all the murders. Various pamphlets on the history of Willow Creek. The river diversion, the old academy, skeletal finds, excavations, the dangers of swamps, and so on. Nothing really interesting there. All of the pamphlets were put together by this Edward guy. He seems to be really interested in history and archaeology. Sadly, there's hardly
Так,
any
что у нас еще
information
есть
about the
интересного?
excavations or a black ball.
Книга.
At least nothing that helps me any. It's got Diary of a Murderer written on it, in bloody writing. Yeah, right. There was a mysterious black ball in this cabinet, until Angelina stole it in order to open a portal to Mordred. The chains and meat hooks are just for decoration, because they're so pretty. Big wooden chest with there's a label on the front. Please. There is no way I'm gonna donate, even if Murray's watching with his camera. He'll understand.
Да как-то странновато, знаете, для романтик
Here we can
honeymoon.
see a typical Willow Creek tourist couple, probably on a romantic honeymoon. Excuse me, may I ask you something?
Gozlady. Svetlanushka, look. They even got the Darren Michaels lookalike.
Fantastic. He looks so much like the real thing.
What do you want to ask, Yunosha?
Would you mind taking part in a little survey? We're planning a new exhibition about the ancient dark powers that have been doing evil in Willow Creek for thousands of years.
Отлично.
The lettering should, of course, suit it. What do you think about these kind of hieroglyphs?
What a kaya chunya! It looks like children's book from Egypt. No horror. Boring.
More death, duh.
I'm sure we can manage that. Thank you. I hope you're not gonna miss the black ball. Unfortunately, it was stolen a few weeks ago.
Yeah, we saw last time here.
We are here just for corpses. It's done very well. Очень красиво.
Thank you. I'll pass the compliment on. Enjoy our museum.
We do that. Спасибо.
Hey, that's me. Wanted. Dangerous arsonist? The American tourist Darren Michaels is strongly suspected of committing. All that's missing now is a bounty. I don't want to keep the tourists from their museum. A replica of Miss Valley's burnt corpse? This really goes beyond bounds of good taste. Couldn't someone sue Murray for such tastelessness? The Gordon Chronicle was in here. The note says that it's been removed from the museum by request of the Gordon family. The system for the sound effects. That's Vic Valley. He was found dead in a stone circle 12 years ago. Hopefully, his sister never saw him here. Well, compliments to Murray for coming up with the idea in the first place. The Lighthouse in Miniature, hand-blown by Murray's Arts and Crafts Group.
Со свернутием. Кого-то. Красота.
My father, Samuel Gordon, portrayed as a bloodthirsty murderer. I never met him, but somehow I can understand him now. Dr. Herman's death scene, director's cut, the endless version. If Herman hadn't been killed by Samuel, he probably would have been Murray's #1 goremeister by now. That's the back of Blackmere Castle, the place where the gardener died 12 years ago. The picture's been used a lot by the newspapers and for postcards. The stone circle. That's where Vic, Miss Valley's little brother, was murdered. You can get that in poster format in the hotel. The pictures are of the murder scenes. This is the lighthouse where Miss Valley was killed. That's the fence that William Gordon fell on from the window. And Samuel, too, a few weeks later. An old bureau. Why is that here?
Железная маска.
Was someone murdered on it? Or with it?
Интересно, откуда Мюррей ее достал.
That'll be a torture mask with spikes on the inside. I wonder where Murray got that from. The sensational part of the museum used to be behind this wall. No idea why Murray walled it up. Perhaps to save on heating costs? Mute guards seem to be all the rage in England.
Так, что у нас осталось? Только я не помню, кто такой Эдвард. В этом вся проблема.
pub's closed. The owner's on the run.
А. Здравствуй, Эдвард.
Edward.
Sir?
All on your own today?
Denise is ill.
But wasn't she here this morning?
Yes. She went down with a virus all of a sudden.
Might that be the Conrad Spooner virus?
I think it's got plenty of names. Whatever the case, it doesn't just make you unfit for work. It makes you unfit for marriage, too.
I'm very sorry, Edward.
Well, anyway, it's not infectious.
You're interested in ancient history?
Quite true, sir. You could say it's a hobby of mine. I've been collecting ancient coins from different cultures for years now. You build up quite a substantial knowledge doing that, you know.
Fantastic. Could you take a look at this and tell me what you make of it?
Oh, yes. I've seen this script before somewhere. It's druidic. Very old.
Can you read it?
Reading might be an exaggeration. It's more a kind of pictorial story. I think it's a description of a burial ritual. Yes, that could well be the case. Here, the dead person seems to be some kind of ecclesiastical person. A priest, if you will. You can see that by the crooked staff. That symbol was often used for spiritual
подобный той,
And he
которую
has a
украли.
black ball in his hands. Are you saying that it could be like one of those that was in the museum?
Oh, you could even be right there. If that's the case, then I'm not at all surprised it was stolen. It would be worth a fortune.
Might it be possible that there are more of them?
I wouldn't exclude that possibility. If it's some kind of a burial gift for priests, then there could be a chance you'd find one under a burial mound.
Have you ever been in the local museum?
I'm very interested in museums.
Он немножко другое сказал. То, что здесь в Виллоу Крик это не музей, это так, бардак какой-то.
It's much more of an omnium gatherum of unworthiness.
You've been in it?
Yes, a couple of years ago, when there were a few real exhibition pieces in it.
You mentioned a burial mound. Is there one around here?
Oh, yes, sir. There are supposed to be one or two around here. At least they discovered some a few years ago. It was even in the paper. Ah, now, I remember where I recognized the hieroglyphics from. There was a photograph of the tomb in the paper, along with the research team. These kinds of hieroglyphics were engraved in the rocks.
A research team? Damn. I bet they cleared out the tomb completely.
You would think so. But you could...
I could what?
Excuse my tactlessness, sir. Miss Valley. She was involved with the excavation. A group of archaeology students were here in this area looking for pagan relics. And they discovered a burial mound quite by chance. It was quite an exciting event.
And, who else was involved in this enterprise?
Nobody I knew, I regret to say, sir.
Thanks anyway, Edward. You've helped me a lot.
Sir, would you happen to have a moment's time?
Yeah?
It's rather unpleasant for me to mention this so brashly, but Dr. Winterbottom said I ought to do it. Now, as master of Black Mirror Castle, would you happen to have any staff requirements? I would be most pleased to be able to work for you, sir.
Huh? What's gonna happen to the cafe if you're no longer here?
Oh, don't worry about that. Denise's father already has a new business idea, and I don't believe I'm the right sort of person for it.
Is that so? Isn't the cafe doing so well? What could do better here in Willow Creek, then?
An undertaking business. Funerals, sir.
Huh. Of course. I should have thought of that myself. But I really don't know if I can actually use a butler. I need construction guys or a demolition company more urgently.
It is precisely
Не
about
просто в
this
течение
job
дня,
to look
а
after
завтра в
such
течение
things.
дня.
Maybe you're right.
А сегодня
Well
работай.
then, why not come up to the castle tomorrow sometime? Then we can give it some more thought.
Thank you very much, sir.
The last time you were in the museum, did you ever look at that
Yes.
black...
Apparently, it was the only thing of any value in there. That's why it got stolen. However, I still ask myself to this day what it was supposed to be exactly. It was too dark for a kind of crystal ball like fortune tellers use. What's your opinion?
Well, it certainly wasn't a bowling ball. Take care, Edward.
I'll do my best, sir.
Can I ask you something briefly?
Hmm?
Ну,
Were
нельзя
you
вам
involved
ничего об
with the
этом
search at Miss
рассказывать.
Valley's house?
Yes, but I'm not authorized to tell you anything about it.
I found a bear trap in the woods. Are those kind of traps even allowed?
I know there are hunters out and about all year round, but I'm sure they don't use bear traps. There aren't any bears in England.
What are the traps for then? And who set them?
Maybe the bears have laid some to catch the hunters.
You've got a logical explanation for everything, haven't you? The most important thing for you is that you don't have to waste any time
Согласен.
having a proper look at things.
That's what it looks like.
Constable, do you know what I'm doing right now? I'm looking for demonic portals. They were built here before the Holy Ghost had even dared think of Jesus.
Ah, yes. Well, happy hunting.
Do you have any idea where Matt went to? I didn't see him in the village.
He was in the pub yesterday, but where is he today? Don't know. You could submit a missing persons report.
In the next life, maybe. Goodbye, Constable. Inspector Spooner.
Little Lord Adrian. What can the village
Бобби —
Bobby
это
do for
сленговое
you?
название
Are you
полицейского.
trying to suck up to me, or are you
Он
pulling
себя
my leg?
называет деревенский
choose.
Бобби.
Have you arrested Tom?
They vanished into the woods. We've started a search.
This black ball that was stolen from the museum.
You want to give it back? That'd be very nice, of course.
So it hasn't turned up again?
No.
Have you seen anything like this before?
Отличный ответ.
Something similar. In the cells on the wall.
There are supposed to be burial mounds in this area. Do you happen to know where any of them are?
You just inherited a castle. Now you want to move again?
Couldn't you give me just one decent answer, please?
Ah, well. If it means so much, yeah. No, I don't know where you might find a burial mound.
Might you possibly be able to give me a tiny bit of information?
Really? I can't wait.
You searched Miss Valley's house, didn't you? Did you come across any kind of archaeological notes or drawings while you were at it?
Zach? Shouldn't you been off on the beat long ago?
Ты на что намекаешь?
You know, Adrian, I get the feeling that our, let's call it a relationship, has got rather bogged down of late. You're constantly coming to me with some new request. It's always me who's supposed to give you something. I'm thinking it's time we changed all that.
Would you like to come with me to see Doc Winterbottom? Do some couple therapy?
Nice idea, but I've got something else planned. As you perhaps already noticed, I sometimes tend towards making quite hasty judgments. That's one of the reasons they redeployed me here to Willow Creek. And actually imagine my life as a police inspector somewhat differently.
Pursuits, shootouts, explosions.
You're looking into my very soul. But without some clear evidential success under my belt, I'm not going to be getting out of this dump all that quickly. And what with your circumstances having sadly changed somewhat.
What's supposed to have changed there? I'm innocent now, just like I always was.
But now your nobility as you have so strikingly noticed. And here in good old England, that is a good reason to treat things with more of a feather-like touch. Or to put it another way, an error in such a case would definitely not be good for my career.
Have I got this right? You're crapping yourself because I own a castle now.
Perhaps it's still not too late to forget the whole thing and close the case. But to do that, I have to present the judge with something meaningful.
Is that a polite request for a confession? Are you kidding me?
No, you misunderstood me. The thing with Tom and that film is already a good start. Also, Murray has corrected his statement and given you an alibi for the Miss Valley murder. Seems to like you a lot, that bloke. But there's still this Lewis and Angelina woman. They're officially missing. But someone who's missing also can be a perpetrator. You do see that?
Ah, we're speaking the same language at last. What's happening with Miss Valley's house now? Have you found anything there?
We only found some photos of you, and we also took a few other things relevant to the case. If you can find something there that might bring this case to a close, then I'll let you have a look around the house.
Are we partners then?
Not the expression I'd use. Hey, but this conversation never took place, okay? Zach will go with you, and I want to be informed about everything.
Of course, Inspector. Goodbye.
Fare thee well, my lord.
Can I ask you something briefly? The inspector said that it wouldn't be a problem if I wanted to have a look at Miss Valley's house for myself, but that you should come along to keep an eye on me.
If that's what he said, I'll go and get the keys. Have fun with the search. Just tell me when you want to go.
Old newspapers and a book with English children's songs. That's no use to me. Seems Miss Valley wasn't just scared of the Gordons. Now this could be interesting. Miss Valley's book collection. Let's take a look. English history and stories, Camelot and the Holy Grail. From William the Conqueror to Magna Carta. Aha, a folder from the university. Constable, can I take a look at this folder here?
That's just books about science and the like.
Was that a yes?
Okay by me, but don't take too long.
No black ball. If I'm lucky, then nobody else will.
Сегодня наша группа изучала сектор 13, но обнаружили вероятно, до сих пор не тронутый грабителями курган. Вход был заперт типичной для этой конструкции каменной глыбой. В соответствии с выводами, эта могила Котсволд северного типа. Мы обнаружили останки 12 человек, вероятно, мужчин. У некоторых из них нет черепа. Кости были перемешаны, мы предполагаем, что черепа используют в каком-то ритуале. Зачем? Это еще предстоит выяснить. На карте указано расположение могил. Чтобы защитить могилы от грабителей, эта карта будет храниться в архиве университета и доступна только уполномоченным людям. Найденные экземпляры и образцы отправлены в архив. 7 целых скелетов мужчин, 5 скелетов мужчин без черепов, 1 золотая фигурка в форме быка, 2 золотые пластины с иероглифами, 1 проба песка из могил, а также пробы почвы из болота и разные кости животных вокруг.
Be a few significant words in these research papers.
Мы их видели на болоте.
The exact location. I think 3 words will do it. Small animal bones, definitely rare. I ought to make note of that. Newspaper clippings about Vic's murder. I can't imagine how anyone could murder a child so brutally. An empty notepad.
What are you doing there?
I just wanted to take a piece of paper to to take some notes.
Hmm.
It's a blank piece of paper at first sight,
Любопытно.
but I can
Так,
make out
что
a
у нас
weak
еще есть
imprint.
внизу?
Unfortunately, I can only make it out and not read it.
What are you up to?
Maybe there's a secret trapdoor under the rug.
What a load of nonsense.
Miss Valley's brother, Vic. She has quite a lot of pictures of him, but that's no surprise. She was pretty obsessed with his death, and particularly with his murderer, Samuel Gordon, my father. She must have really loved her brother. A wooden rocking chair. The backrest doesn't look particularly
Ну, не
comfortable.
масло, наверное, нефть.
I think they just don't have oil or gas in Willow Creek yet. Crockery with folkloric designs. Experts like me call them painted plates. Anything against me taking a piece of coal?
I don't think anybody would have anything against that.
This trick has always worked before. That has to be the same letter as the one I found in the shack. You can still read a bit of it. In case we are unable to, the evil, we fail in our goal and the order never existed. Already sacrificed. That was never my intention. If the cursed one, then... Oh, now it's looking very faint. Can't be allowed to find any trace that might lead to us. I get it. This is
Так,
Miss
я
Valley
тебе могу
announcing that the order should be
скомбинировать
disbanded
с,
should anything go wrong. That explains a lot.
с первым письмом.
Stay down here, please.
What? Why? Maybe there's something worth looking at up there.
Miss Valley kept all of her papers down here. We've searched through everything upstairs and found nothing except a couple of photos of her brother Vic.
Так, что еще у нас тут есть?
I've definitely overlooked something, and I'm thinking I'm not going to get back in here all that easily. got something I can work with. Sector I-3 in the marsh. I've been round there already when I was looking for the portals. And there's a place where there are lots of small animal bones. I must be able to find that. Zach, I've seen enough. Let's go.
Please, put the folder away again, and then we can go.
Hello? As far as I can remember, there wasn't a pile of stones here yesterday. Small animal bones. It said in Miss Valley's research papers that she'd sent some of the bones to her institute. That would point to there being a burial mound somewhere here close by. I'll just have a try in this direction. Wasn't all that difficult to find. That could be a hole, or a symbol for a black ball. I think I've come to the right place. The same hieroglyphics as on the stone tablet in the cavern. These places are definitely connected. This tree must have been cut down decades ago. Probably when they discovered the tomb.
Хорошая идея. На растопку пойдут.
There are plenty of twigs and branches here. I'll take some dry ones. I've never seen a burial mound from the inside. To be honest, never from the outside either. Let's see what awaits. It smells old here. Very old. The walls are made from solid pieces of stone. They must have needed hundreds of people to build this thing here. So, this is where they actually laid the dead. All empty. Nothing to be found. The floor is made of stone, covered with a layer of dirt. They sure couldn't have buried the ball. It's not worth it. I'm not gonna find anything like this. Mordred would definitely have known where to look. How come I'm not getting a vision now? Hey Mordred, where are you when you need it? Just a minute. That's not such a bad idea. If I don't take my pills and then wait here for long enough, I'm bound to have a vision sooner or later. I mean, why not here? Although it does say on the warning label that it's at least 2 weeks before the meds stop working. Maybe I can speed that up? Just a matter of how. There are small loose stones all over the place here. There are small loose... The wind's blown half the wood in here. No black balls down there.
Ну, гипноз, конечно, можно попробовать. Так, давай сначала в Виллоу Крик. Ну, хотя да. Все равно сюда идти.
Hello, Doctor? Can I ask you a quick question? Hi, Doc.
Adrian, what can I do for you?
I think the medication is causing me problems.
What do you mean? Are you having negative side effects? Does it make you feel sick?
I, have the feeling that it's not working like it normally does today. Could it be that I've eaten something that's reducing the effect?
Have you drunk a lot of valerian tea or St. John's wort tea? These herbs can both impede the effect.
No, tea's not really my thing.
Perhaps you've taken some antacids for stomachache or heartburn? It would be better if you didn't. Medicines containing magnesium, in combination with drinks containing caffeine, inhibit the absorption of the active component of haloparadox into the blood. I should have told you that, I'm sorry.
That means it's not only valerian and St. John's wort I need to avoid, but also stomach medicines and coffee?
Not altogether, but one of 2
Перевел
cups of coffee a
разговор.
day is not so bad. Just don't overdo it.
Your cough is getting worse every day. Bye, Doc.
Look after yourself, Adrian.
I don't have any further questions, man. I'll just leave him in peace. Hi. Abaya, have you got something for heartburn?
Yes. Yes, of course. I recommend bicarbonate of soda.
Does that contain magnesium?
No.
Have you got anything else?
If you need magnesium, you could also take an antacid. You
Интересно,
need
с
a
каких пор
prescription for
антацид
it, but I'll make an
по
exception
рецепту
for you.
отпускается?
Okay. Have you got valerian tea or St. John's wort?
I'm afraid not. But I can order it for you. It takes about 2 days.
That's too long. I need it today.
Oh, well, I don't know.
I'd like a packet of coffee.
What kind? Decaffeinated or extra mild?
Don't you have extra strong?
Caffeine doesn't really agree with
Чего не
people
хватит, если у вас
customers.
ничего нет
And
практически?
what about this sack of coffee?
Ну, кофе,
beans
наверное,
here?
That's the
кофе, наверное,
extra
есть в
mild
кафе.
one. Should I pack you some?
No thanks. See you.
Yes.
Edward,
Mr. Gordon.
can I buy a whole packet of coffee here too?
But of course, sir. What variety would you like?
The strongest.
Так, а валерьяну мы видели, у нас в теплице росла.
That's Colombian
Я ее
coffee.
пытался
One
полить,
of my
но,
favorite varieties.
Thanks.
видимо,
Take
она
care.
не для
I
этого
will do my
нужна.
best.
Tumulus valerian. That's exactly what I'm after. And the plant's already dried out. Ought to burn well, that stuff.
Так. Пойдемте, может быть, все теперь дело замешаем на кухне. Аллилуйя.
An empty pot. I'm guessing the guys here have heated up their lunch in it. And I can make myself tea or coffee with it. I'll just pour in a bit of water.
Туда, что ли, опять идти на бузиновые горелки все готовить? Хорошо.
No, that's Spooner's place now. I don't want to get in his way there.
Вот теперь он хочет взять рулон фольги, на кой он ему хрен?
It's a roll of damp-proof. The craftsman should really cover the... I guess that's no big...
Ну, может быть, чтобы типа на этом сидеть или лежать, нет? Во как!
I'll put the stones in the middle of the chamber. That'll give me a small fire hearth.
Да не бензина, горючих материалов просто-напросто. Где там моя замечательная зажигалка?
That makes enough combustible material for a small fire. Father and son by the campfire. How touching. The water ought to boil soon. Damn, all that beautiful smoke's going outside.
То есть ты решил валерьяну не пить, а курить? Ну ты даешь, чувак. Ну ты, чувак, мастер, конечно, курить. Мы химичим зелье, чтобы таблетки на нас перестали работать. И чтобы Мордред вновь с нами поговорил.
Not exactly the best deodorant for an unjustly alleged arsonist. Oh, I'm already feeling a bit weird, woozy, like I've been wrapped in wool.
Ну хоть кофе заваривать будем.
But that's not
Ага.
enough. Something's still missing.
С капелькой антацида.
And now today, the Turkish variety. I'll crush the tablets first so that they dissolve faster. What the hell am I getting into here, for Pete's sake? So what?
О, да, пей до дна.
And if it does, then I'm already in a tomb, aren't I?
О, пошло нас плющить.
Ugh. This is working better than I thought. What?
И капитально заплющило. До полного отруба.
My head. My pills, I need them urgently. Damn it! I never thought it'd be so intense. How long was I out for? Well, anyway, I've seen the ball thing. They hid them here in the tomb. Somewhere in a wall. This mold wasn't here before. Or was it? What can that mean? This figure in my vision has done something with the ball here. Well, that was weird. But anyway, I've got what I wanted. Thanks.
Прибраться не
Mordred.
хочешь? Нет, ну ладно. Раскидал тамбур тут, строительную эту пленку.
I'm having a real problem believing what I'm seeing right now. It worked. The portal's open. The Academy. That brings back some memories. Bad ones. I kinda hoped to come out in the ritual
Вон тут
chamber.
сколько этих.
Looks like the portal hadn't been deactivated.
Так, почему у меня что ли опять настройки
Not
звука
good.
сбились?
The way it's looking, I'm gonna be here longer than I planned for.
Впрочем, неважно. Субтитры есть, этого хватит.
Whoa,
Несколько
they've
магазинов.
really been having fun around here. The floor is littered with empty cartridges. Someone's fired off magazine after magazine here.
Внезапно хранители опять с нами.
Make the Academy collapse? Well, they were pretty damn successful with the entrance, at least. That must be Lewis. Or what's left of him, at least. Angelina wouldn't have got all that far without his help. He let himself be used by her, just like I did. But never mind what kind of a guy he was. I still have to feel just a bit sorry for him. Let's see if the guy's got anything else on him, apart from bugs. Keep nice and still.
Микрообращением о кругу
Something about this
жизни.
corpse feels quite nicely alive. Must be something to do with the circle of life. A note to Lewis from Angelina. A letter to Lewis from Angelina. Lewis, I've taken care of Valley. She's not gonna cause us any more
Ну не
trouble.
лавку, а его.
You deal with the people at the castle. Best thing would be to just set the place on fire. Just make sure that the American comes out of it at least half okay. I need him alive. Bring him to the academy as quickly as possible. I'm gonna try to be there with Catherine ahead of you. You'll get your money as soon as I've got what I want. Angelina. Obviously, all I need to do is make sure that Spooner finds this note on Lewis's corpse. And that'll mean I'll be off of the hook at last. But it's impossible for me to let him in here. In doing that, I might just as well sell off my family secret and have Mordred tattooed on my forehead. I'll think of something or other. These stone flags used to be deadly traps. Once you stepped on one, something would either drop from above or a door would open up. The mechanism's broken now. At least I hope it is. Whoever built the traps certainly didn't go in. These nasty devil characters are all over them. Normally you'd take this route here, but it looks pretty blocked up. That goes a long way down. There's that weird light again.
Так,
The
давайте мы
columns
с вами
are
все-таки
standing on
прервемся
bases
на
that are
ужин.
set deep into the ground. No end in sight.
Так что не уходите далеко, мы с вами где-то через минут 40, через часок продолжим. И будем, наверное, двигаться узе к завершению. Так, Ботик, ты работать будешь? Ботик.
There are bullet holes all around here. Those order people must have been going crazy, shooting all over the place. Why would they have been shooting all around them, or were they doing that to make the academy collapse? Well, whatever. I ought to make sure I get myself out of here in one piece. The last time I was
Так,
here, there was a black
кронштейн,
ball
портал
lying in
и
this hole.
проход дальше.
Somebody must have taken it out. I can only hope that it's still lying around here somewhere. You used to be able to open these doors using a mechanism. That's been destroyed, though.
Скорее он похож на то, что его немножко обглодали.
Lewis looks like he's been eaten up a bit. Lewis looks like he's been eaten up a bit.
Не тот, который стрелял, а тот, которого завалило камнями.
That must be a member of the Order, killed by the falling rocks and all that chaos. Unrecognizable from here, though.
Так, что у нас есть? У нас есть удлинитель, письмо Анджелы и куча документов, не считая ключей от нашего замка.
There's a gap here between the stones. But I can't recognize anything. It's much too dark in there. And I can't feel anything either. That ought to do it.
Аллилуйя.
Yes, there's the black ball. In a dead person's
С
hand.
другой стороны, там проход, он
Behind
говорит.
that, the other opening. If I only had something like a stick, I could push the ball out on the other side. The
О,
black
вперед
ball is
фифня.
certainly grabbable. It's pretty damn grisly for sure.
Вау. Desperate times require desperate measures, как говорится. Забрать уже сможешь, и вторую руку придется отламывать. Yes.
Gotcha. Now let's get out of here. Adrian Gordon, Grandmaster of Folk Magic.
Yay.
Let's hope that the portal will send me directly to Mordred's book. It worked. I'm in the ritual chamber.
Таблетка жри быстрее, пока тебя опять не накрыло. А тебя уже накрыло, понятно. Были мы в этой комнатке, по-моему, во второй книге, что ли? Если во второй игре.
Pull yourself together, Adrian.
Из камня вырезан, вроде как.
Human skulls. Finely hewn from the stone. I hope. Could be the throne of the devil. Whoa, for a moment I thought Mordred was sitting there. There are several holders here. Is it going to be about which one the ball goes into? That would be theoretically, even physically explicable. But I'd rather not try it. language, that is. And I don't really want to know. It certainly can't mean anything good in here. The abyss my mother fell into.
At last, to own a body once again. What unimaginable power. Now I can complete my work. Maria! He's dead. He was too weak. I wanted to make him stronger. He could have been much more powerful than I.
Фигню натворил.
Out of my way, woman.
Замечательно. Теперь нас еще крепче бесит будет, видать. Двумя духами по очереди. 5 глава. Я не знаю, сколько тут, кстати, вообще глав.
No! Is that me? Where am I? In the castle? This has to be the locked room. How the hell did I get in here? Damn blackouts. But Mordred is strong. I can feel him. I don't have a lot of time left. Photos of my ma and pa.
Ну, по крайней мере, будем знать, где искать.
And what have we got here? A pair of pliers. I don't need them right now.
Водяная что?
A shaky old bed, full of woodworm. Perfect for dying in.
Так, что-то у вас на стриме совсем темно. Может, мне... Давайте временно включу вам.
Ugh. Now I can see that I look as bad as I feel.
Фильтр. Так, сейчас где это было? Фильтры добавить. Корректировка цвета. Вот так вот. Хотя бы примерно так же, как я вижу у себя на основном экране. Выбирать не хочешь?
There are a few shards lying under the table. There are a few shards lying. So I didn't dream it. It actually happened. That's the book from the ritual chamber. Mordred's book. The pages are empty.
Damn. Can't be. What the? Everything.
О, правильно, таблетосы.
And now there's nothing in the book.
Okay. Keep calm. Remember, in the ritual chamber with Angelina, the blood of a male Gordon. If I drop some of my blood onto the book, then the writings ought to become visible. A piece of glass. That ought to do it. Ow. Nothing. Not a single letter. Stop. Here. Here's something. Oh, no, it's just Mordred's dumbass summoning formula. All that for nothing. But I have to do something. I can't just let Mordred win. I'd rather be dead than a centuries-old murderer. My father, he's already trodden this path. It might be the simplest way, but it's also the most effective. Without me, there is no Mordred. My death will be his as well. I've got no other choice. The Gordons, centuries old name. Perhaps right down to the very last descendant. And I am here. The story of the Gordons ends with me.
Adrian, don't do it!
Go away!
Come down, Adrian. You can't do that. There is another way.
What do you know?
More than you think. I can help you beat the curse. Trust me, please. Come down here. Please!
Who sent you, and why?
My employer is the Vatican. Have you ever heard of the apostolic visitation? We're mainly concerned with supernatural phenomena, what are commonly known as miracles.
The Vatican. There I was thinking it couldn't get much worse, and then the church comes knocking at the door.
I was sent here because we had been informed that Blackmiller Castle had burned down. It was apparently just a routine mission. I was to sort out legal matters and release the funds for the Gordons to rebuild the castle. But then I found out that Victoria Gordon was on her deathbed, and that Angelina was nowhere to be found. My task then became to secure the Gordons' inheritance and to minimize the effects of the curse as best I could.
Huh? The effects of the curse? Gordon's inheritance?
Adrian, your eyes.
Yeah, I know. They're black. What do you know about the curse of the Gordons?
Mordred wanted immortality and power. He somehow anchored his soul in a mirror, but he was caught during a ritual by his brother. Shortly before his death, he cursed Marcus's descendants to collect souls, in order that he could be called back into life again. And it would seem as well, judging by the facts.
Collect souls? You mean kill people?
Yes.
You're wrong. I haven't killed anyone, and still more than
As far as I can gather, your twin sister, Angelina, did that for you. We got it from her already. Angelina was originally supposed to take over the Guardian role. We didn't know anything about you. We thought the last male Gordon committed suicide 12 years ago.
What do you mean, guardian role? You mean to guard these portals, right?
That is the Gordon's inheritance. The Guardians are people of pure heart, who were chosen by the church a long time ago to guard the Black Mirror.
The Black Mirror?
Yes, a great mirror, which also serves as an ancient portal and lies deep beneath the castle. Marcus Gordon took over this duty and passed it on to his children.
But how should a Gordon stay pure of heart if they're all destined to murder?
Your family has produced more guardians than it has murderers. Only Marcus's descendants are in a position to resist the Black Mirror. We still don't know why. However, we don't have any time now to research the exact reason for this, and then find an alternative guardian from outside the Gordon family.
So, I'm definitely your last hope then. How do you know all this?
From the Vatican archives, and also from this book here, which I found in the library. It's the Book of the Guardians.
There are no longer any guardians of pure heart here, just Mordred.
Adrian, right from birth, you were destined to become a guardian. Without Angelina, Mordred's curse would never have passed over to you. Victoria would never have wanted nor permitted you to kill yourself. Do you want to simply ignore her final wishes? Adrian, if you're going to kill yourself, everything could only get worse. If there were no longer any guardians, then the Black Mirror would be open to all. The mirror would enslave the weak and bring Mordred back into the world of the living. And the Black Mirror will be unprotected. Victoria would have never allowed you to commit suicide. Are you going to simply ignore Victoria's last will?
All right then. I'll give you one chance. Did I understand that correctly? I'm the last Gordon of Marcus's lineage, and therefore also the last guardian? But I can't guard the portal because a cursed part of me, the Mordred part, wants to open the portal. And if I kill myself, the portal can be opened because there are no more guardians.
Something like that. Yes.
So, what do you suggest?
Свернуть им хранителя.
An exorcism.
It's an ancient tradition. Long before they were Christians, ghosts and demons were being cast out of people. It works. You only have to believe in it, Adrian.
I'm possessed by the devil. Don't talk to me about belief.
Неужели мы уже к концу подходим?
Thank you, Adrian. And now let's go to the church. We should complete the exorcism before night.
So, how does a person get to work for the Vatican?
Later.
Holy Mother in Heaven!
Yeah, a good day to you too, Father.
Prioress Antolini, welcome back. You've arrived at just the right time.
Now do you see why I was in such a hurry?
Miss Antolini has had an idea about how to solve my problem.
Yes, I've been informed. The Archbishop has told me about it himself.
5 minutes later, and you would have had to inform Mark as well.
Father, have you ever performed an exorcism?
I've been the priest for the whole manor of Black Mirror for years. Everyone here has been baptized by me, and my words accompany them to the grave, too. I've taken the confessions of murderers, and I...
Father, have you or haven't you?
No, not in practice. But I do have the theoretical knowledge, of course.
Oh, great. I'm the guinea pig.
Adrian, I've been trained for something like this. I've studied the Rituale Romanum several times. And if Prioress Antolini thinks it's the best option, then I agree with her. After all, she is, well...
I've already told Adrian who I work for. But I'm afraid we don't have time to discuss this for hours on end.
Good. Then let's begin the preparations.
Okay, and what can I do?
We need information. So the more we know about the demon, the better.
We already have his name, so we can address him. Do you know any more about him?
What would be important?
It would be good to know how he sinned. And a personal item. Something that anchors him in this world.
Then I'll
Так,
get
ну все,
searching.
что нам надо, наверняка в этом
I'll
замке.
prepare everything with the priest.
Тем более, что нам...
Good day, sir.
Edward, I completely forgotten about him. Hi, Edward. I didn't expect you so soon.
If it's inconvenient, I could come back another time.
Why are you here again?
You said I should come by during the course of the day.
Ну, сейчас нет времени, не было.
Oh, yes. Excuse me, Edward. As you see, I don't really have time just now, and...
Perhaps I can help you.
Actually, there is something. It would be great if you could deliver this letter to Inspector Spooner. Tell him I found it while tidying up the greenhouse.
Of course, sir.
Не швейцара, дворецкого.
You're not going to tell anyone else about it. The thing with my eyes, I mean?
Most certainly not, sir. Discretion is the most important virtue of a butler.
Good man. In other circumstances, he'd be the perfect new
Ой-то
Bates.
веки. Так, у нас же есть новая... Так, у нас есть новая книжка, которую мы можем почитать.
Maybe this was the book that Victoria meant as she was dying. She said that everything was in the book. Damn it, Valentina. I was never able to find it like that. I don't have the time to read everything. But at first glance, it looks like it's just full of stories about the White Lady. It even tells here about how she died. In the final duel with my brother, she threw herself between us to stop the bloodshed, but he was no longer the brother I once knew. The evil had corrupted him too much. How great must this power have been to make him forget all of the battles in which we had fought together side by side? How incessantly overpowering must the evil be to make him forget
Могу
just how
максимум
much he had loved his wife
постить ссылочку на
Maria. His
Discord.
blade pierced her heart and snapped as though it were made from glass. That was also the end of my brother. But then, with his final breath, he cursed me and all my descendants. I killed my brother. I will never be able to forgive myself for that. His final resting place will be in our chapel. May God have mercy
Так,
on
мы
his
знаем,
soul.
как он согрешил. Теперь нам нужно
That must
взять
be a
книжку в качестве
transcript
личного
from Marcus's
предмета.
writings.
Так, наверх. И в запертую комнату. Мы ее так до конца не осмотрели, что у нас тут есть окно. Веревка вещь вообще полезная, универсальна.
There's a rope dangling right in front of the window. Or is it a noose? Better take it, I guess. Hey, I definitely know that from somewhere. The Guardian's highest virtue is faith, as much in himself as in God.
Так, книжка.
These notes, who's writing them to me? Am I writing them myself? Or Mordred? Even if the pages are blank, maybe the book will be useful for the exorcism. Who knows?
Так, давайте еще с гадалкой посоветуемся. У нас же опять как бы новый день. Что нам гадалка скажет? Тем более, что предсказание про высоту закончилось.
Hello, Madam Fortuna.
Adrian, I knew you would call again.
Who else could it be?
Pick a card.
Stop.
I've drawn the Hierophant for you.
Hero... Huh?
The Hierophant. He is also called the Shaman, the Pope, or the High Priest.
Смерть.
You will receive the assistance of a higher power.
The only question being, which one?
I see. Death.
I'm not surprised.
Карты она все уронила.
One moment. Now, what has the tower lost here then? Now I've gone and dropped all my cards. Just a minute, Adrian.
Could that maybe mean now that I'm gonna fall from a high tower?
No. How do you come to have a silly idea like that?
Коснется, а не встретит.
Now then, I can see it clearly. Death will touch you. Or also, maybe not.
Okay, that's enough. Thanks.
Ah, Adrian, there you are.
Father Frederick?
My son?
I found a book that belonged to Mordred, but all the pages are blank.
How do you know it belonged to him?
Забирай.
It's from his grave.
We can divert his attention from you with it. You'd better give that to me. Have you found out anything else?
Mordred's wife was called Maria.
Ah, that's good to know. Those are worldly, familial things. I'm sure we can address Mordred with that, particularly if he loved her.
Well, he murdered her with a sword.
Oh, that's excellent. For our purposes, I mean. Now we have enough information.
Okay, so what happens now?
Just lie down here and trust in Jesus, our Lord.
Вы записываете. Я думаю, мы прервемся через часок, но так до победного.
This is the exorcism of Adrian Gordon. Present our Father
Товарищ,
pastor
тебе
of the Church of
сообщение.
Rome as conducting exorcist, and as witness and doctor, Prioress Valentina Antolini.
It has begun. Let us pray.
In nomine Patris,
et Filii, et
Filii,
Spiritus
et Spiritus
Sancti.
Amen.
Amen. Most glorious Prince of the heavenly armies, Saint Michael the Archangel, defend us in our battle against principalities and powers, against the rulers of this world of darkness, against the spirits of wickedness in the high places. Come to the assistance of men whom God has created to his likeness, and whom he has redeemed at a great price from the tyranny of the devil. We know your name, demon, you that calls itself Mordred. Release Adrian, I command you in the name of our Lord.
Stoop down, impure spirit.
Mordred, you who made yourself guilty during life and therefore remain guilty in death and beyond, go to the hell in which you belong. Go into purgatory, where you should burn sinner for all your deeds.
Behold the cross of the Lord.
Mordred, you who has raised the weapon against your brother Marcus, you who murdered your wife with a blade of your sword, Maria, whose soul has found no
как темнеет-то.
peace since then.
Behold the cross of the Lord.
Guilty you are, Mordred, and guilty you will always be. Bow beneath the all-powerful hand of God. Release Adrian and go there where you can receive the vengeance of God.
Father Frederick.
I saw it. He spoke to me. It's the wrong place.
Кончил священник. О, блин.
There's nowhere for him to go here. Not from his word.
Oh, Father.
Ща проснется он. 6 глава.
Adrian, wake up! Thank you again for helping me bring Adrian to the castle.
But of course, miss. Is there anything else I can do for you?
No, not at the moment.
Then I'll come over again tomorrow.
Так, что у нас есть? Дело Гордона.
As long as Adrian's still asleep, I should let the Archbishop know about the current state of affairs. The Gordon file from the Vatican Archives. The last entry is from 1923. It notes the handing over of the guardian position to Victoria Gordon. Right at the front of the file is a copy of a letter from Marcus Gordon. In it, he says that the entrance to the Shade Portal is sealed with an altar. The underground chapel was consecrated and prevents the Shades from entering the catacombs. The Bible gave me much strength when I needed it. I think everyone should read it at least once. Matches. They're from a cafe in London where I met the Archbishop a few days ago. I let the dictaphone run during the exorcism. I can't understand a word, even though I understand quite a few languages. But that must be a very, very old one. It's for an emergency.
Так, звоним архиепископу.
Yeah,
Барышня, архиепископа.
Mordred attacks me.
Видишь, устоявшийся термин, экзорцизм.
Your Grace, this is Prioress Antolini. There were complications. The exorcism failed. No, I don't think that was the reason. Yes, but that only makes sense if the demon is unknown. Correct, Your Grace. We underestimated his strength. Father Frederick is dead. He was thrown across the room, and okay. No, the Guardian is doing well considering the circumstances. Yes, Your Grace, I understand. I also think that the location is
Не
crucial.
должны быть, а были
The
вы
Guardian had
уже
an
вырезаны.
image of Pictish glyphs with him, the same as those engraved on the Shade portal. That's exactly where the demon must be forced back. Yes, into the Black Mirror. It'll be no problem to get there. The demon itself tries to force its way to the mirror. It's drawn to it like a magnet. He won't cause us any problems until then. On the contrary, Guardian and Demon will be hard to keep apart. Yes, that's the other side of the coin. But, Your Grace, the man is probably the only one who can fulfill this task. Yes. Is there an alternative to exorcism? Of course, I'll do that. All right then. First, I have to find the entrance to the catacombs under the castle. A chapel is mentioned in the records, which is found down there. That's where I guess the Black Mirror is. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Your Grace. Thank you. Good. As long as Adrian is still asleep, I can start looking for a way.
Вообще-то она сказала совершенно другую вещь, что всяческие потайные ходы обычно не слишком герметично запечатаны, и типа из них сквозит или что-нибудь в этом духе.
A mighty pillar. The wooden cladding is decorated with carvings. A mighty pillar. Mainly lexicons and biographies about British lords. I found the book about the Guardians here. There's only English literature here. Shakespeare, etc. I've already read them all. There's only...
Проверяем, не сквозит ли откуда-то.
The flame is burning uniformly. There you go. The flame flickers here. There's a draft. And this room has no windows. I guess there's a cavity behind or in the pillar. But how do I get at it? Why didn't I think of that sooner? This plate can be removed. There's a metal wall behind it. And there's a strangely shaped hole in it too. A keyhole, I guess. The hole is the shape of a cogwheel. A normal key definitely doesn't fit in here. I won't be able to open the secret door with the dagger.
Так, где же может быть шестеренка, которая нам нужна, чтобы открыть эту дверь?
There were still some old tiles stored in the cellar. If no one had saved them back then the whole floor would have had to been relaid. The entrance to the catacombs used to be under the foundation stone, but Marcus had it sealed off. I once saw such a huge globe in the museum in Moscow. It was also made of metal. I remember that Australia was only half depicted on it, because they hadn't yet mapped it out completely when they made it. The Gordon family crest. There are only Victoria's papers here. Bank statements. Black mold. According to Greg, it was caused by the extinguishing water, which offers an excellent breeding ground for molds once it's soaked into the walls. Black mold. Greg was going to repair the grandfather clock. A statue of the Virgin.
Так.
A plain marble pedestal. I almost like it more than the sculpture on it. I didn't even like horses when I was a little. I was almost killed by a ceiling beam during the first inspection with the workmen. The wonderful cutlery didn't survive the fire very well. The source of the fire was here in the kitchen. The entrance to the catacombs is in the library. There's no reason for me to go into the dark cellar anymore.
Это тебе кажется, что не надо, а я чувствую, что
The
надо.
electricity in the cellar has been turned off. I'm sure there's wires.
Так, где у нас...
The entrance to the entrance. It's raining cats and dogs. The entrance to the... I wanted the rubble to be stored in the hall, so that the kids back, I didn't think. I don't see any way to get rid of it.
Да-да-да, так.
When I first came here, this room wasn't big. Paintings tell a lot about the period in which they were painted. Lady Victoria was always very vigilant when I was in the room. I hardly had the chance to have a look around. Well, she'd understand now.
Okay.
Those are all things that were close to Victoria's heart. But there's nothing of interest to me there, though.
Да-да-да, вот, я взяла прикормленное.
The image of a beautiful woman. There's only jewelry in here. 2 necklaces, a pair of... Huh. The jewelry case weighs at least 5 kilos. And what is that? There's some kind of flap on the underside.
Да уж покажи.
But how do I open it? I can't see any keyhole or anything like that. I'll show it to Adrian as soon as he's awake. even though she was really ill in her final day. Victoria's dressing room. The only area in this room I could have a look at. But I completely forgot about the machines. As soon as all just a minute. There's a syringe here with adrenaline in it. I'll take it with me just in case of an emergency.
Проснулся.
Adrian, how are you doing?
Hungover. What happened?
You suddenly lost consciousness during the exorcism.
Did it work? Is Mordred gone? What about my eyes? Are they still black?
There were a few complications.
So, it didn't work?
Unfortunately not. It doesn't seem Mordred can be cast out with prayers alone.
Strange. It always seems to work in the movies.
Maybe it was the wrong script.
The Bible. Yeah.
Your eyes are normal again. At least for the moment. But I'm afraid that it won't stay like that for long.
I guessed as much. Why am I in the castle? I thought it wasn't safe here.
That's true, but I had no other choice. Edward helped me bring me here.
Edward? And where is Father Frederick?
He's still in the church. We're going back to him later. Father Frederick is out of it. Mordred's power was too much for him. We'll have to be quick if we're going to save you.
What are we waiting for then? I feel almost good. At least I'm ready for the final spurt.
I have another idea of how we can get rid of Mordred. But for that, we must go to the Black Mirror, where the curse began.
Where everything began? Victoria told me exactly that, shortly before she died. I should go to where everything began, but I've got no idea where that is and how to get there.
I found something interesting in the library. I think it's some kind of secret door to the catacombs.
A secret door in the library? Let me guess. It's locked, right? And you've got no idea how to open it.
I was hoping you could help me.
Why not? I haven't got anything else planned.
Have you got any idea how to open this? I mean the secret compartment on the bottom. Seems to be a very complicated mechanism. Yes, of course, there's that way too. There's nothing to discuss.
Знаете, теперь у нас есть штука, которая, по всей видимости, является ключом к библиотеке. Ну, в смысле, от этого. От этой штуки в библиотеке.
The sword hilt fits perfectly, but nothing happens.
Valentina.
Yes.
The room in which Mordred crossed over into me. Do you know anything about it?
What kind of room is it?
A kind of ritual chamber. Skulls everywhere, a throne.
They investigated a ritual chamber in the old academy, but all the records were lost in a fire around 1512. And the knowledge of it was lost in the process as well. So no, I know even less about it than you do.
So what actually is this black mirror then?
We think it's a kind of portal.
And where does it lead?
Nobody knows exactly, and it's a dangerous thing to investigate. Mordred tried, but the Black Mirror enslaved them. Pope Innocent III believed it might lead to the destruction of Christianity. What we know for sure is that it's older than anything else on Earth.
I thought it might have been built by pagan druids or something like that.
It's much, much older than that. The Druids used it for ceremonies, yes, but they definitely didn't build it. It's been there since the dawning of time, so they say.
Holy crap. So what is it then?
We can only speculate. The mirror attracts evil, or how should I put it? Absorbs it. According to the old Druidic scriptures, there were regular human sacrifices. Apparently, the altar table in front of the Black Mirror portal was already drenched in century-old blood back then. The souls of the sacrifices are drawn into the mirror, but only if they're absolutely evil. The soul of a good person cannot enter the mirror. It seems to be something like... yes, like...
The gateway to hell, perhaps?
yes. And no, not just the gate, but the mirror too. Glancing into it reveals the innermost self. It reflects the soul for everyone to see.
I wonder what the Pope would see if he looked into it. And all the dignitaries of the world. No wonder the entrance has to be guarded. But times have changed. Why don't we just have a look at the thing? Purely scientifically, I mean.
Evil can also break out of the mirror. Its effect is unbound. You can feel its power yourself. Who's ever susceptible is enticed into evil. That's why life in the castle is so dangerous. Mordred was changed. The spark of evil that always smoldered within him was fanned into a blazing fire. He did everything he could to open the portal. Rumors suggest that he almost found the mechanism.
I think we still need something here for the sword hilt to work.
It's not working. You think that's because of the missing gemstone?
Could be possible. The question is, where is this stone?
I don't think so. If the key had been broken for a long time, no. I think the stone is missing.
Yeah,
Did Victoria give you anything before she died? Something that a guardian would really need? A signet ring or something similar?
No. Someone's leaving me messages describing the virtues of a guardian. You don't happen to know anything about that, do you?
I wrote them. They were tests to see if you could become the next guardian in spite of the curse. I had assumed that apart from Victoria, there was only Angelina, but she was nowhere to be found. There was no time. Victoria lay on her deathbed. She was the last guardian. It had to be settled. When we heard that you were maintaining that you were a Gordon and were also innocent of any crime, then the Vatican changed its plan. We had to assure ourselves that you were still of pure heart, and you passed all the tests.
But you weren't there.
True. I wasn't there.
All right, Miss Undercover. I wouldn't know what I might. Hello, Madame Fortuna.
Adrian, I knew you would call again.
Who else could it be?
Pick a card.
Stop.
I've drawn a death card.
Why doesn't that surprise me?
Adrian, don't worry. Death means that you'll release yourself from
Неужели
all
смерть?
ties. You'll experience a transformation.
Well, that certainly cheered me up.
And I see death. A lightning bolt. A bolt flashes down on you. Stop. The death card again. Adrian, the cards are correcting me. I see a deluge, which will suffocate you. Oh, no. Oh, another death card. Adrian, I see darkness. You will be devoured by darkness.
How many death cards
Несколько
have you
колод.
actually got there?
Just one in the major arcana. Oh, I mixed up several tarot packs. That must have happened yesterday. Oh, no. I'm sorry, Adrian. I have to call
Так.
back urgently.
Так, куда мы можем сходить? Давайте быстренько пробежимся по всем комнатам на случай, если мы где-то что-то еще не дотыкали.
There's nothing to discuss.
Так, здесь у нас что? Матрас. Так, что у нас там в журнале пишут?
I have discovered Durgam's secret.
Так, что у нас тут? Ага, ничего больше не цискательный, матрас больше не цискательный. Окей. Там, в принципе, плоскогубцы есть в шкафу. Вот, теперь он хочет и плоскогубцы взять. И еще у нас есть свечка. Так, пойдем дальше. Спасибо за обнимашки шмуга. Так, что у нас тут? Ничего.
There were probably pictures hanging here before. Either they were destroyed in the fire, or were taken down to be restored.
Так.
This black mold is
В
spreading
библиотеке мы
everywhere.
вроде все
Going
посмотрели.
at quite a worrying speed.
Ну, кроме стульев. Прикольно, заснули. Сначала на кухню, ну ладно. По большому счету без разницы. Кухню. Так, тут уже все исследовано. Подвал. Тут все еще розетка. И ведро с солью.
A power socket. The bucket is half full of a white... I'll take a handful of grit salt with me. Just in case I have to help some old grandma cross an icy street. A candle for the dead. There's a thick electric cable hanging from the roof, just above a puddle of water. Craig was right. It isn't safe down here. A construction light, just like the ones all around the castle, except without any power. There are no power sockets down here. There are no power...
Давай, Шмуг, ночи тебе.
Boxes of empty wine bottles. Well, there are drains under the puddles, but the sewer system couldn't cope with the huge volume of extinguishing water. The water isn't draining away anymore. There are drains under the puddles. A shelf of wine bottle, 1953. There are only busted boxes and barrels back there. There's no water in the well, at least not as far as I can see. That's quite strange. A dry well in the middle of a flooded cellar. There's no water. That's quite strange. The rope's much too thin to use for climbing. I need more light. There's no... That's quite strange. That's the water pump, which they use to pump away the extinguishing water. It's a real monster. And ancient, too. I'm surprised that thing even works. You can turn the pump on and off with that. Theoretically, I could pump this up. I need more light. I need more light. No idea what kind of pipes those are.
Так, что еще у нас есть тут? Электроэнергия написано.
There are two huge water basins here. They must go back to when they had no running water.
Зачем они нужны, они что в них хорошего?
I need more light. There are metal grates lying around the well. No idea what they're for. Cellars are often used as the last resting place for all sorts of... And it's no different in British castles. At the second one, too. I guess that's the main switch for the electricity in the cellar. Who needs fuses if you've got such a big lever? Okay, Mordred. Ever put your fingers in a socket? Oh, there's a hell of a lot of juice. It's not gonna give me any more light. I'll turn the electricity off again. I need more light. I need more light.
Ура! И мы можем использовать удлинитель.
So now I've got the option to connect something up down there.
Чтобы включить себе свет.
Here's the end of the extension cable.
Во, наконец-то.
A construction light. Just like... I need more light. Energy. There are drains. There are drains. The wire rope is wrapped tightly around the pipe. I guess it's an earth for the water pump. I think that's the power connection for the water pump. I guess there were no power plugs back then. Oh, that's just one pole. Does this thing use direct current? So that thing on the pipes isn't an earth. It's probably the second pole. There are drains. If it weren't for me being a former student of physics, I'd call that kind of action suicide.
А теперь второй конец положи прямо в воду.
Now the end of the cable's hanging directly in the water.
Или вон на решетку.
The power cable is now hanging through the grill and straight into the water. The electricity is on. I should be careful where I step and what I touch.
Опа, рип. То есть его насос касаться нельзя, максимум управляющих. Нет, управляющих элементов тоже нельзя касаться. Очень интересно, ну ладно. лучше выключи эту штуку. У нас еще тут цепь нещупанная.
The electricity is off again. Must be a seriously heavy water bucket if you need a chain like that to lift it. I don't think that the pump will suck up a metal chain. I'll put the cable into the connecting terminal on the pump.
Так, зачем нам могут понадобиться цепи?
There's no water. That's quite strange. I don't think that the pump will...
Так, ну что, нас опять убьет или как?
The electricity is on.
Вода не слишком хорошо проводит. Напора нет.
The construction works, but there's not much electricity getting to it. The water doesn't conduct very well. The electricity is off again. There are drains under the puddles.
Okay.
Empty. I'm guessing that they used to store wine.
Пойдемте тогда в город. Хотя нет. Не сейчас. Эй, давай быстрее. Может, нам какую-нибудь почту прислать? Популярен стал почтовый ящик. О, темнечки.
Sunglasses? They've got to be from Edward. Actually, an umbrella would be better right now. But what the hell?
Так, в музее мне, по-моему, ничего особо и не надо.
I don't want to bump into... She's always believed in the good in me. The sign says Willow Creek.
В полицию.
Strange. It's never been so quiet.
Adrian! It's done. Case closed. Angelina's letter convinced the judge completely.
Some good news.
A lot more than that. And is there anything I can do for you?
Now with the case closed, all of the pieces of evidence are no longer required, right?
In theory, not anymore, no.
Then it wouldn't be a problem if I got the bracelet back. You do know that it's a family heirloom.
I'll see what I can do.
Thanks.
Zach!
Hmm?
Хорошо.
Please.
How's it looking with your transfer?
Now that's lying on my boss's desk. And knowing him like I do is gonna let me stew for a while. But it'll come through sooner or later.
Goodbye.
Fare thee well, my lord.
Someone's broken the door and been axed by the look of it. Damn. Looks as though Tom has been here. Ugh. God damn it. There are some things you just don't want to see. I'd better get out of here.
Так, не туда.
Rain, rain, go away. Tomorrow will be a rainy day.
Damn.
Then comes the snow. Don't you know?
Ralph? That you? Ralph!
I was only playing with him.
Ralph! What happened? Am I hearing voices of the dead? Or was that really Ralph? Dead branches on a dead tree.
У нас есть браслет, давай чинить мне эту штуку.
It's not that easy. I've got to get the stone out of the socket first. The bracelet is an old family heirloom. The bracelet is an old family heirloom. One ruby's enough.
На, я починил.
The ruby fits exactly. I wouldn't know what I might have. There's a spiral staircase here. You can't see how far down it goes. There has to be a good few stories. Ladies first.
Wow.
Are you scared? Or are you exercising your role as Lord of the Manor?
The Guardian isn't allowed to die. Those were your words. That's supposed to be the catacombs? Looks like the sewer system.
Patience. This is just the beginning. That's most strange. What are Pictish glyphs doing here on English medieval walls? Death on its own without any other glyphs isn't a good sign. The house in connection with an amphora. That could mean a store. amphoras were used. The house in connection. An earlier version of a torch, and I've never seen this symbol before. A bird usually represents the death of a person, and we've got the head which fits with this, from whoever. The fish is the symbol for the first day after a new moon. With a hand, though, that doesn't make sense. The house in a circle. That's a new one for me. That could point to a family property or inheritance. The chain comes out of the shaft and disappears into the water. The chain comes out of the shaft. There's standing water throughout the whole drainage system. Maybe the outflow's blocked somewhere. A swimming pool for cellar ghosts? I don't understand why that's supposed to be here. The chain comes out of the...
There are hieroglyphics etched all around a bird relief. Here's an illustration of it. In this environment, I can only... The water's been standing there for some time. I reckon that's the remains of the water from putting out the fire. At any rate, it's not normal sewage. The whole thing could be some kind of cistern. It collects rainwater from all over the castle. It's brought here and then goes stagnant. No, there has to be an outflow somewhere as well. If my sense of direction's not misleading me, then we're directly beneath the cellar and the chain's leading up through the well shaft. If my sense of direction's not... Valentina.
Yes.
Do any of these symbols around us mean anything to you?
These symbols look like Pictish glyphs. Obviously an ancient form of writing. More than 6,000
Maybe one of my ancestors thought they looked nice? Do you know what they mean?
Sort of. But don't ask me how you vocalize them.
I can't see any other exit here. Can you?
Looks like we're in a dead end.
Так, раз говорите, это цепи с колодца подвального, давайте посмотрим, что мы можем все-таки там сделать. Точнее так, может быть, теперь мы можем там что-то сделать. Пойдемте через кухню, через подвал, в субподвал. Так. Мотор.
Quite a clear design. The motor's on the right, the pump device is on the left. The two are connected with a long shaft. The innards of a water pump. If I wrap the chain around the drive shaft, I could use the water pump as a winch.
Теперь давайте... Так, крышку не надо закрыть, а она не закроется все равно, ладно.
I hope the motor's powerful enough. The electricity is on. The construction works, but there's not much electricity getting to it. The water doesn't conduct very well.
construction works, but there's not much electricity getting to it. The water doesn't conduct very well.
Соленая вода. Куда лучше проводит ток? Теперь будешь работать?
I'll give the pepper and chilies a miss. The puddle's seasoned enough. I can't wind the chain anymore. Something's blocked.
Okay.
What are you up to?
I'm impressed.
I wouldn't know what I might ask. There are drain. I'll tie the rope to the column here and let it down the shaft. The well shaft leads direct. The well shaft. Damn, and I thought I'd pulled the plug out of the bath. Valentina.
Yes.
What do you think's going on with this cage?
I don't think that's a cage in the usual sense.
How come? Isn't it a wonderful torture device, especially with the water?
Oh, right. So that's your interpretation of a normal cage usage.
Don't forget, I'm being possessed by an 800-year-old tyrant. I've hung the rope into the well.
What are you thinking of doing with the rope?
When I pull on it, you turn on the winch up there and let me down. When I'm running out of air down there, I'll pull again and you winch me back up.
I think I can manage that.
What the heck's a cage doing down here in the middle of the catacombs? Good to know. I could lock up unwelcome visitors in here.
It really would have been better to have taken a hotel room.
I can't get to it from here.
Тинтула нужно руками перегонять. Ну, игра.
Nothing's happening.
Oh, excuse me.
Столько лишних кликов.
I'll wait on Adrian's signal.
Okay, hold your breath. a mechanism down there for, well, I don't actually know what, but I think it continues on there.
Так, тут уже надо записывать.
Here's an illustration of a house and a jar. Here's a pitchfork and a flower. There's a bird and a head chiseled in here. There's a fish and a hand on this column.
Погнали. Так, дом-кувшин, хорошо. Трезубец, цветок. Дальше. Тут, видимо, птица, голова. И рыба, рука.
That was close. It's just getting better and better here.
Adrian? Adrian! Is everything alright?
Yeah, everything's fine. I'm okay. Just a little touch and go, that's all.
Is everything really? Wow. I've never seen anything like this.
Так, ну вот здесь начинается последняя треть.
So impressive.
Well,
По моим
I'm
подсчетам.
so glad
Так
you
что,
like my humble wine cellar.
видимо, придется завтра этому все-таки посвятить время. Может быть, после Might and Magic с Каэлем. У нас с ним сильно большая разница во времени, поэтому особо долго мы с ним не поиграем. Вот. А за сим я сам с собой попрощаюсь. И закончу стрим, потому что, видимо, никого не осталось, хотя счетчик показывает 2, но это так. Скорее всего, я и Арахнабот. Доброй всем ночи.